Hey everyone, how's it going? Oh, looks like my desktop audio is not working. Why is that? Good morning, everyone. I hope everybody's doing well. Maybe that will fix it. There we go. All right. Today is the day that I am going to get one more item off my journal entry. I'll probably show this a few times as people come in. Oh boy, I spent all morning trying to fix that flicker on my camera, but yet it's still there. Well, we'll have to live with that. So today, I'm going to knock this journal entry off my list. Hey, Hashem. And Gareth Drengi, welcome on in. Thanks. I missed you guys too. I missed the whole streaming. Yes, it is nice to have the day off. Glad you have the day off as well. Oh man, all morning I'm like fiddling with this camera, trying to get it just right, and already I see like lots of problems. It's been flickering. I have a feeling that it's my camera, like my actual hardware. But looked up a bunch of YouTube fixes, and people are saying this camera can be fixed in terms of the flickering. Um, it feels like laggy, even, like a little bit. And off color, I don't even know. But this was the best I could do. And yet, already, like, I can see the green screen stuff coming through on my arm in some places. I was trying to get rid of that all morning, along with the flicker and the lag, but I can't seem to do it. So we'll have to live with it. Um, so yeah, today I got to go hunt me a champion creature because I'm getting really close to the 100 sermons. Um, 8 more, and I could probably get, let's see, 1, 2, 3 more in today, maybe 4 more in today, and then that means tomorrow I could potentially have it. Problem is, tomorrow I won't be available to do it, or the next day, because I'm going to be on a little bit of a vacation. Finally, my vacation started. Oh, there's the flicker. Finally, my vacation started. I have some time to play some Wurm, time to relax, time to stream some Wurm. So here I am. And I've been really working towards this benediction. I'm getting really, really, really close. Really close. But I do need to go hunt a champion creature. Use a sacrificial knife to sacrifice it. And, right. And I have to do that in the domain of my god. So, my plan is I'm going to carry around with me a hot glowing lump of silver, ride around until I find a champion creature, make myself an altar, and then sacrifice the creature. And we'll see how that goes. Now, this is only if, let's just see, because there is a potential they changed it. How many horses are on this wagon? Not enough. But there is a potential they changed it so that we could load altars. Do you think did they make it so you can load altars? Or no? I'm going to test it out now. Let's see. Is this empty? This is empty. No, we cannot load an altar. Alright, well, I'm not sure why they don't let you load altars or have portable altars. Make an unfinished one that needs just a bowl. That is a possibility. And a wooden one can be carried in inventory. Thanks for the tip. That's actually pretty good idea. Although I'm not I guess it beats the problem I was facing, which is because I was thinking of bringing a hot glowing lump with me. But if the glowing lump goes out, then I'm kind of screwed. And if a wooden one can be carried in my inventory, that might be a good idea. Thanks for the tip, Peanut. Welcome. Hey, Valiance. How's it going? Glad to see you made it out. Okay, let's do that. Let's see what a wooden altar takes. Whoops, altar. Small nails, planks, square pieces of cloth. Okay, all stuff I have. Let's see, I need 9 planks. I need some small nails. And I need square pieces of cloth. And Knights 2K. Hey, how's it going? Glad to hear everything's going well. I'm trying to think if I have square pieces of cloth. Oh, there they are. Oh, that's wool. That's wool. I need square pieces of cloth. So let's see. I might have some in here somewhere. Strings of cloth? Well, if I don't have any square pieces of cloth, I can just use those strings of cloth to make some. Here's some. I'll just take a bunch. How many? 2, so probably not that many. Let's put them into the crafting window with the loom and make some square pieces of cloth. There we go. You might be getting to work a priest finally. Most likely a foe. Awesome. Foes are awesome. Foes are great. Very handy to have around the deed. And I do apologize for the flickering of my webcam. I could not figure out how to fix that this morning. I'm hoping my webcam isn't dying. That would be unfortunate if it was. That would be really bad. But all last, I had this issue maybe a month ago. It was like flickering, and then I did something. I was like trying to fix it, unplugging it, plugging it back in, etc., etc. And eventually it went away. Like all last stream, it was fine, and I didn't have this lag either. Like you see how like there's like trails and a flicker. Didn't have that problem either last week, and I don't know what I did to fix it before. But the problem's coming back. All right, let's get this altar going. There we go. 86% chance, so I think I'll be fine. Yeah, priests are a lot of work, but they're one of those things in this game that are just... how do you say it? Like, they follow that rewarding progression that Wurm is really well known for. It's like a long-term progression. They take a lot of effort, but then in the end, they're extremely rewarding. So my one alt is Libella. Can I just have somebody convert him to foe easily? Yes. Yes, very easily. You do have to start your faith from the beginning again. So yeah, you'll have to... Your faith will be reset back down to 0, and you'll have to just start your praying again and get it back up to 30. But... just get any foe follower or foe priest, and they'll be able to convert you. yeah, it to get the 30 faith, I think it takes a couple weeks or something like that. You know, do your 5 prayers every day. Get your faith up to 30. And then once you're there, you could get a full priest to convert you to a priesthood, or you could go to the starting town. If you're on the new servers, anyway, you can go to the starting town and there's somebody who will convert you. Valiance. Oh, did the voice not go? Oh, I don't have that set up, unfortunately. But thank you so much for that sub. That means a lot. Very much appreciated, Valiance. Yeah, but, you know, I'm not like the biggest techie with these like streaming things, and I think Brian had the bot. I don't know, actually. I thought he set it up to be automatically on the stream elements, but anyway. I'll have to look into that. I kind of like the ability to have you guys type stuff and talk. But I guess it didn't work there. But thank you again. Thank you again. Yeah, my priest has come a long way. He has like a lot of progress, and he's getting to that point where I'm getting pretty happy with him. His channeling is the last major thing that I need to work on after I finish this benediction. And the benediction is getting really close. Like, again, I need to just sacrifice a champion creature and hold 8 more sermons. And I found out that you can just hold a sermon with one person in local, or one person beside you, and you'll get credit for holding the sermon. It doesn't reset your prayer ticks like a full sermon would, but it counts towards the sermon. So I've just been sermoning however often I can with Griffith, and been racking up those sermons. And if I had known that earlier, I could have probably started that earlier, but I didn't. Okay, so let's see. I can hold this in my inventory. It's 18 kilograms. Yeah, but that's actually not so bad. Now I'll just need to make a... Let's put this square piece of the cloth away. Where did I get this string? Yeah, let's put it in with the string. And I need a bowl. It is a shame that we have to create an altar and just put it on the, ground out there somewhere. That's kind of annoying. I wonder what the technical reason is for not being able to load an altar. They now made it so you can push altars. I mean, you always were able to push the stone and wooden ones, but there was a time where you wouldn't be able to push a gold or silver altar. And a lot of people felt like it had something to do with the domain system. But then they revamped the domain system and made it so that you could move these altars, but still no load option. So I'm not sure. So I'm going to plop down an altar somewhere in the middle of nowhere. I'm going to need to bring... Don't want to forget this. There's a sacrificial knife in here. Okay. And then there's a couple other things I need to bring. And I'm on Melody, and I'm kind of thinking I'm just going to stay on Melody searching for a champion creature. I don't know if that's the wrong move. I know that Cadence or Harmony will be bigger servers, but I was thinking just staying local. I've never been up to this area up here, which people have said is a really nice hunting ground in this region up here. Let's zoom in. So I am currently located over here on this peninsula, like actually right in this spot. Autumn Twilight's my deed right there. And I'm gonna just come up and park my boat right in this little nook in here and search for champion creatures. I could literally search this entire area up here. Come down. If I can't find anything, I'll come down into this region in here, and worst case scenario, the starter area. But my guess is that this area might not have any champion creatures. It's a little bit more populated down here. But I've heard that up here is pretty good hunting grounds, and I've never been there, so I thought I'd go there. Maybe I'd see what this connection over here looks like as well. That looks like a mountain, but yeah. Totally off topic, but I've seen that sealed copy of Super Mario 64 is sold for $1.5 million. You know what? Believe it or not, I actually heard about that yesterday. My brother-in-law is like obsessed with collecting these sorts of things, and he shared that piece of information with me, and I thought that was just nuts. Like Mario 64, like I think that's the game that comes with the Nintendo 64 if you buy it in a certain package. That would be like the originals Mario Brothers, that Duck Hunt. If that came in a sealed box, how much that would be worth. But that's just insanity. $1.5 million. What is this world coming to? I mean, people thought baseball cards were like insane, but this is just a next level, completely other level. Okay, I got to come over here to do something. I've been carrying around this log in my inventory because I enchanted it and I've been using it to skill up my fine carpentry. But it weighs a little bit too much, and since I'm going on a trip, I want to just drop it off here at my merchant. I should probably set its price to something where if somebody accidentally bought it, I wouldn't be too miffed about it. But I don't think anybody will buy it. Let's see. Okay, so now that I have this bowl here. Yeah, I know. I heard about that too. They're still insane with sports cards too. Yeah. Well, not $1.5 million, nuts. Like, this is something that didn't come from ancient time. Like this came from this was created. I wasn't even a child when Super Mario 64 was made. Oh, one more thing over here. One more thing. One more thing. I finally got myself around to making a lunchbox. And I just left it over here because I've been mining this vein here, which is almost done. This vein is really close. Oh, where did I put it? In the altar? Yeah. What happened to the meal that was in there, though? See, I had a meal in the lunchbox, and I had this meal that was like the same meal. I just chopped it up. And this meal has no damage on it. And the other meal's gone. That was in the lunchbox. That's odd. Okay, well, that's fine. I'm going to leave that meal there for the next time I go mining. Hey, cats. Whoops. Ah. How's it going? I am on my way to go hunt a champion creature for the Benediction Journal. It's like one of the very last things. And, if I can't find a champion creature on this server, I'm going to have to go to another server. And I prefer to finish Benediction on this server. So I don't know what the cross-server thing... I'm sure that if I do it on Freedom, I'll be fine. But it's my last one. That's just while he's running. Right, I have to hold 8 more sermons and sacrifice a champion creature. So I kind of wanted to sacrifice a champion creature first before I finish the sermons. And yeah, so we're going to go off searching for one. And hope to find one on this server. Let's get some... And I'm going to need to eat and drink and prepare myself. I was thinking of just bringing a regular cart. take my boat. So yeah, let's actually, you know what? Then I'll lead this horse over to the cart. Let's do that. I'm wondering, should I bring my tent? I know Xander has his tent. I'm not too worried about Griffith dying. Oh. There is a horse on here. That is ungeared. Okay, let's put this horse on. Go. And let's look to see what's in here. I don't want to carry around these crates with me. Put the lunchbox in there. The altar. And these crates can go in here. There we go. I'm gonna have to bring some food. Let's see. Let's take a portion of this. I wish that you could take a portion or cut up portions of meals while they're in the larder, but you have to take them into your inventory. I need to be on solid ground as well. It's kind of weird. Whoops. That to go in there. It's unfortunate that the lunchbox can't hold any more than 2 kilograms of food, which is might be enough, but I don't know. I'll bring a little bit more in case, but both of these guys need to eat. And I don't need any affinities, I don't think, for this either. So I think I'll just fill up on this food. Let's work on clearing out Xander's inventory as well. He's holding a lot, I think. Oh no, I cleared out a lot of his stuff. He was holding like pickaxe heads and horseshoes. Hey, Zelly. Okay, to stand in your cart. It's okay to stand in your cart, but not okay to sit on it. Wait, what do you mean? Let's see. I think I'm sitting in it. I mean, it used to be that we used to stand in it. And it used to be that if you had passengers in it, everybody was standing. And do food to sorry comment way behind. Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. For the food. Yeah. I know. Yeah. So it's like weird. It's weird what they decided what is and what is not allowed to be done on a cart. Like I can sit on there and improve. I can sit on there. They added so you can pick sprouts, I think, even. So they added specific things that you can do in your cart, but there's still some things that it makes no sense why I can't take a portion of something. Anyway. Let's see if I can unload a little bit more. Healing cover. Don't think I'm going to need that, but... Let's see, I do have my tent in case very unlikely event. I don't know why I still have this deed stake in here. This is like the original one that he started with. Can I drop it? Yeah, I can. So I'll just put it in there. I have some armor just in case. Doubt I'll need it. And I think I have some food in here. Some drink. Yeah, water. Okay, so I'm going to just fill up my drink. And I think Xander's good to go. Now you just got to think, am I missing anything? Am I forgetting something? Cotton. That would be unfortunate if I forgot cotton. Okay, so let's bring 15 kilograms. I think that should be plenty. Let's put that in there. I got food. I got cotton. Xander has his tent. Need to fill up on water. Decent amount of water. I'm gonna empty the cooking stuff here. I don't need the grindstone. That's pretty weighty. I'll keep the knife. What else can I get rid of here? Oh, let's drop off some of these gems and things. Whoa. Gems are pretty heavy when you have even just a few. And I also got a bunch of rare silver from mining so much silver. Let's see if they fit in here. Yep. Okay, I think that bag is good. What's weighing 6? A halter rope. Does this seriously add up to 6? I guess the backpack itself has weight, and this has 2. And then all these like little bits, like pieces, I guess, add up to another couple more, I suppose. Okay, and then in my tools, so I'm weighing 39. That's not so bad. I carry around all my tools. Anything I might need, I carry it with me. Is my camera like flickering like insanely? Gotta keep an eye on it. Okay. I'm just gonna have to ignore the camera. There's nothing I can do about it now. If it flickers, I apologize. It's not much I can do. And if anybody in chat wants to remind me of something I'm missing, what do you guys usually bring along with you on hunting trips or, you know, things that, or maybe things that you commonly forget? Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Things that you commonly forget when you're finally out there in the middle of the hunting trip and you realize, man, I forgot to bring my blank. For me, it's usually cotton. I always forget to bring cotton, but I got cotton this time. Let's do one horse at a time. Actually, they have saddles on them. They should be fine. Tent, food, water, cotton, pretty much. Yeah. So I think I got those things. Unequip all. Beautiful. Let's move one here. Load creature. Yeah, you've forgotten cotton at times. More cotton. Always got my tent on me. I'm wondering, like, should I bring my tent for Griffith? I could go up there and grab my tent. Just put that stuff in the boat. Use Xander. I mean, I guess it doesn't hurt. I cannot open the creature cage. Hold on. Is it because he doesn't have permission? He does not have permission. Name's too short. What? Xander. Add. There we go. The other one. No, that was the one I just did. Or maybe he had permission on one of them. Nope, he didn't. And I see Farron doesn't have permission here either. Right. Load cargo. Having a refresh helps it. Yeah, exactly. I got a refresh as well. You know, I'll just go up and grab my tent. What's the worst that is the worst that happens is It weighs me down a little bit. Okay, I'm still going super slow, and it's probably because Deathwind. What's going on? It's been a while, Deathwind. How's it going? Welcome back. 23 months. Dude. Thank you so much for that sub. Hope everything's going well with you. Glad to have you in here. Oh, it's because I'm holding all the horse gear. That's why. Okay. Of course, I should have just dropped the horse gear into the thing, into the... You're at work, you can't stay long. Yeah, hope I'm doing well. I am finally back on vacation. Is this not my tent? What happened to my tent then? This is Fabian's tent. You know, I was storing my tent right on this tile. Is it possible it decayed just sitting here? It was like 30-something quality. And it was one that I made. It was an explorer tent, not the starter cotton tent. And there's Brian's cotton tent just sitting there, and it's decay. It's not decay. What? Tents don't decay on Deed. What could happen to my tent? Oh well. I'm not too worried. I think I'll be fine. This tent here is Pyro's tent. And it's pretty much a mainstay in this building from now until I get a GM to move it. Yeah, tent thief. Hey, Antirg. Welcome on in. So, Antirg, today I am going to be getting one more thing checked off on my benediction list. And this is the very last thing before... here, I'll show you. The last two things I have are to hold 8 more sermons and to sacrifice a champion creature. So I got my sacrificial knife. And let's see here. I got an unfinished altar sitting here, ready to go. Put together with this bowl. Yep. I'm going to drop down this altar. I'm going to sacrifice the champion creature and hope I don't mess it up. And I'm going to go to that hunting grounds, this one up here. So we're right down here, and we're going to just scooch around and go through this little spot here. I'm going to land the boat right up here. Whoops. And we're going to hunt this. I don't know what this is. Is this a steppe or is this a desert? Or tundra? I don't even know. This down here is desert. This looks a little differently shaded, doesn't it? But it's probably desert as well, if I had to guess. It could be steppe. I don't know. Maybe this piece is steppe. Well, we'll find out. You believe it's desert up there. Okay. So we'll go up there and we'll check it out. I do not. Let me think. Can I whip one together quickly? So, Lurker in the Woods pendulum. Okay, hold on. I've never used this for this purpose. I've actually never specifically been searching for a champion before. Let's Lurker in the Woods. Allows the user to detect the presence and rough whereabouts of nearby champion creatures in a manner similar to water divining. Thanks, Ippiku. That probably just saved me. Oh, you think it's a foe spell? Let's see. It might be a foe spell. Let's stop the boat. Let's go back to the Wikipedia, Wurmpedia. Oh, and I have to do it again. Lurker in the woods. Why doesn't it say? Does it say DD here? Foe? Why doesn't it say which priest can cast it? Only a priest of foe or Magrenon. Foe or Magrenon. I don't have a foe or Magrenon. So I wonder if I just do a want to buy. Want to buy Lurker in the Woods Pendulum. And I can get it mailed to me on the way, and I'll just have to find a... Does it make a difference, silver or gold? You know, does it make a difference if... Let's see, oh. Pendulum will no longer function normally. Think it's a bigger range? Not going for uniques. Just need a champion. So he's letting me know if it's because I want to go for a unique mob, it doesn't work anymore. Okay, so it looks like the direction I want to go, the wind is coming directly from there. Weather. A gale is coming from the east. Okay. I actually want to go north. So I think I'll be okay. Yes, yep. So I do have my sacrificial knife right here on Xander. And I do have an unfinished altar ready to be popped together the moment I see one. Yeah, if you get... Yeah, I'll get favor too. Although I don't really care too much about the favor. I'm only going for the benediction journal entry. Like, I wonder why it's not showing, like, what... How do I say this? Indication about, like, the power of the cast on Lurker versus the range that you get. I wonder if just a Lurker... I bet you it's, like, the same as the other ones. But let me see, is there... The range is dependent on server size. That's interesting. Okay, so power divided by 100 times 64. Tile radius. See, that's an interesting calculation because won't that make it a really tiny number? Like, let's say the power is 100, then this is going to be 1/64th of a tile. That doesn't make sense. Or is it power divided by 100 first? I see. Okay, so the order is in what they put it. So let's say it's a... I see. Okay, so if it's 100 power, it'd be 64 tiles. That makes sense. That's not very far. 64 tiles. And do you have a moon metal pendant if you want you to cast on it? I think I'll be fine. I don't think that 64 tile like search is going to make that much of a difference. Even if it's 100 power, you know, like, and if it's like 70 power, it's going to be only, you know, it's not going to be that far of a. On the bigger server, it might make a bigger difference. 100 tiles is actually a decent distance, but if it's like going to be 50 tiles, I'll be able to see 50 tiles in the desert. 90 power is easy for Lurker. You think it's still good, Seppuku? I guess it's good in like a forest situation. So does that mean that the quality of the pendant doesn't matter? I keep having to refresh this. Lurker. Let's see, the quality of the pendant doesn't seem to matter. Yeah. Lurker's not high difficulty. I thought it was like 60 difficulty. Yeah, 60. So it's like the same as casting like a Wind of Ages. And I know that for the, 90 plus channelers out there, that a 90 cast is common enough. Although, from my experience, it's not as common as one might want it to be. You know what? I just might get lucky. So, I as it might help in a situation where I'm in a forested area. I'm gonna see if I can just spot a champion in the desert, and we'll ride around a bit, see what happens. But it does seem like it doesn't matter the quality of the pendulum. Like you can have like a really low quality. It could even be a steel pendulum. It looks like. You're hoping for a champ troll. Yeah, I think that's one of the only things I might not be able to take myself. The champ troll. But we'll see. Maybe the quality of the pendulum affects the actual action? Maybe. Maybe. Like, I wonder, there's another thing we can look up, because, what is it called? Metal lumps, I think? It's under the metal lump page. Let's make this bigger. Right, silver and things have like, there's like different things it could be, and maybe a lurker special here. Lockpicking, holy unicorn, anchor, effectiveness, pendulum AoE. There it is. Okay. So let's see. Serral seems to give a 25% boost in the. Uh-oh. Does this window shrink? There's a sandbar right across this path here. This would be unfortunate if my Corbita doesn't fit through here. Alright. Okay, let's turn it around. Okay, it looks like I have to go on the left side. We're here. Will I make it? Oh, that sandbar is coming up. Looks like I might make it. No. Somebody did not dredge this spot here. Oh, oh, oh. Can I not make it through here? Okay, I'm gonna have to try over there. Oh, let's see. Can I go this way? Maybe. Yes. Ah, there we go. Whew. Made it through. This is why people use NARS, I know. Exactly. I just haven't been, I haven't gotten my push to make a NAR yet. I think before I make a NAR, I would want to increase my shipbuilding skill a little bit more. Could always buy an R, but they're quite pricey still. Hey, Pergy. How's it going? We are off to search for a champion creature. Just playing some Elite, trying not to melt too much in this heat. Yeah, I know. I am lucky that in our area it's actually been quite cool. I'm hearing lots of places in this world are just scorching. Should carry a dredge on board. That is a good piece of advice right there, Exen. I unfortunately do not have one on me. I have a smelter, but no, no dredge. Yeah. Crazy hot. Pants in the heat and white sweats off her brow. Yep. Yeah. On the west coast of Canada, they're dealing with forest fires, like an insane amount of forest fires. There was one forest fire came through a small city and just completely decimated it. Everybody evacuated. Everybody lost everything. Super sad. Okay, where do I land here? Probably on the left here. This spot right here looks like it's undeeded and flat enough that I can unload things. Looks like there's a little road. I'm curious to know all the climate change deniers if they're going to double down on their convictions or are they going to concede that we need to start changing our ways. Okay, this is probably close enough. Let's more of that. Let's disembark. Am I on a deed here? Nope, I see a lot of sand. And am I able to unload here? Yep. I know. The Flat Earth Society has members all around the globe. Yeah. Yep. It's a little bit crazy. Oh, that was one of them only. Bring up my cart. Right. Ah! Open that up. Got my rope activated. Unload. I love that they have a care for creature right here. Care for option before you bring them out of the cart. That saved our horses on Delhi when we went to the Impalong. Because our horses on the old servers are just super old. Probably, if I had to guess, 4 years old. And whoops. we took them over to another server, and we were afraid the moment that we would take them out of the creature cage, they would die instantly. Okay, wait. Somebody told me you can now take and drag it under the horse. Does that work? What? Yep, that works. That is awesome. That is very much appreciated. This new feature, this quality of life feature. Hey JRL. Oh, Canada. Well, I've recently heard of a next series being filmed soon there for the MCU, the Agents of Shield. You know, old freedom horses are like vampire age. Yeah, exactly. You love the quality of life changes like that. Yeah, I know it's handy, cats. Totally handy. It's like a small little thing. Very handy. Whoops, what was I doing? I was loading these back up. And while that's loading, I will bring Xander over to the cart. Put him in there. I also need to... I wonder if I can reach it from here. Can I put the lunchbox in there? Yep. Cotton, the altar, the bowl, and this extra piece of meal. I think we're good. Alright, so let's disembark over here. And here we go. Alright. Should try to get my bearings about where the boat is. If I had to guess, this little dimple here, where the water comes in a little bit, is like, I'm in here. In this spot. So, I think, let's see, this way is north. That way is south. I mean, if it's not this, it's the stuff over here that's the dimple. This piece over here. It's one or the other. Oh yeah, let's get going. This way is north. Let's just double check that. Nope, this way is north. Okay, let's try to just head straight north. Ah! Oh, Antiric, thanks. Thank you very much. I mean, it is very likely that it will come in handy. Very likely. But let's first check the desert. And if the desert is bust, then I'll search for a mailbox and grab it. And, okay, I'm just going to use this waystone as a point of, whatchamacallit, like as a landmark. Okay, so this waystone is right where my boat is. I just go this way, south from this waystone. Okay, there is a little bit of step here. Boy, the horses go slow compared to the hell horses that I had on here earlier. You reckon they'll ever put in boat tracking? Like we can that would be so good. And they need that for carts too. Because man, how many times have I lost my cart? Yeah, that would be so good. Alright, so I'm literally going to be running around looking for champion creatures. I'm going to forget everything else. So we'll look for champion crocs, scorpions. We'll run from everything. But yeah, this is actually nice hunting grounds here. It's quite a few mobs. Hell Scorpius, just regular scorpions, crocodiles. This would be great for leather gathering. Let's see. Thing about Melody though is that the slopes are just big enough to not be able to ride through them. So you almost got lost on Xanadu once, had to find your boat. Yeah, yeah. I've been there. I went to a rift. Oh, there's a greenish one. I went to a rift not that long ago, and I parked my boat. It was quite a bit ways inland. And when I came back, I completely went the wrong direction and could not find my boat. Yeah. So about a year, you had a nar called "Send Zentil a 4 message." Where am I? Yeah. And hey, Zentil, how's it going? Pretty much. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to get up here. Okay, take the road. So does anybody know? You know that new trait, the draft trait that allows you to climb steeper slopes, the rare one? You know any details about that? Because I'm curious. Like, do you need both your horses that are hitched to your cart to be able to do that, or is it only going to work when you're riding the horse? Just riding it, or does anybody know how many extra slope you get out of it? I guess we won't know until we've actually experienced it. Somebody's tested it out. It's a scared crocodile. So far, just regular ones. And the greenish, I'm almost tempted to go kill the greenish, but I don't want to get distracted here. Okay, that's a whole step over there. Okay, so up here, this is desert. I'll stay in the desert for a bit. Go further up here. Oh, we get a decent view from up here. Spider, crocs. I cannot make it down that hill. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna just search this whole area first. If I see nothing in this area, then I think I'll just go back over there to that step and then work my way towards the starter-ish area. Can I make it down here? Yes. So speed traits have no influence of hitch, so it's probably... But it's not a speed trait, I don't think. Oh, there's a greenish croc after me. Hey, DTC. Courtney. I'll call you Courtney. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, I think it's a draft trait. It's the rare draft trait. So chances of us finding it anytime soon is not high, but somebody's got to get it at some point. Okay, I checked all those mobs already. There's a sly croc. Welcome, welcome. I am on the search for a champion creature. Zelikar. Zelikar, thank you so much for that sub. Thank you, thank you. And yeah. If it's draft, then if nothing when right. I see. Okay, so it only works when hitched. That makes sense. If it's a draft trait, it only works when they're hitched. And it's possible that you'll need both horses to have that trait. I don't know, actually. They're making some tweaks now, but I don't think anybody knows yet or has experienced it. I'm curious to know, particularly how much extra slope that you get out of it. Wow, look at all these crocs. There's just a ton of them. Okay, I wonder. Okay, well, let's just check these ones first here. Angry. Pleasant. No. I see some crabs over there too. No champions yet so far. Okay. I hope this cart can outrun all these things. See, I'm used to the hell horses on a cart, making my cart go 30. Does anybody know if hell horses still pull carts like no tomorrow? Because that'd be a shame if hell horses like got nerfed. Boy, this is a really good hunting ground. Like when I want to go hunting for some leather, this is where I'm coming for sure. Okay. Get up here, get up here. I think getting up there is not going to be feasible. I'm just going to check these creatures over here, over this ridge before I turn around, in case I missed one, because it was up on this ridge. I got to be careful for alert ones, because I think an alert crocodile will be able to keep up with this cart, if I'm not mistaken. I do feel like I rode through here, but I might have missed some that were on top of here. Hardened? Yeah, I didn't see a hardened before. So yeah, let's just check up here. Old. It would be really convenient if I found a champion wolf or something. Well, they can just make a new spell for all the priests that can cast on boats to track them. That's an interesting option. Venerable Hell Scorpius. Old. No champions yet. Fierce. There's a fierce one. Okay. Look down here. Tortoise. Croc. Okay. Alright. Alright. Just gonna make sure Xander's okay. Xander got nipped. Boy, look at all of these mobs. Insanity. Okay, that's a lurking one. How come I didn't see that lurking one before? GMs can track them if they know its name. Oh, the boats, you mean? Okay, hold on one second. Just give me one. Sorry about that. Look at all these mobs, man. Okay, I don't think I went this way, alright. Yeah. Hold on here. Fly unicorn. I didn't see these unicorns or this hellhound before, so I'm pretty sure I haven't been in this direction. And, oh, what I was going to do... I don't know, I'm just like running around aimlessly. I came all the way back here. Yeah, you know what, let's just keep going this way. I think one way is as good as another. And if I see a house or something, I'll pop in to see if I can find... I know, Mobilicious, totally. Like, if you want to go for fight skill or just leather or animal bits, meat and stuff, this is just great hunting ground. Okay. So, no champs so far, though. Now I can't remember where that step was. Which way is which? This way is east, I'm guessing. Yeah, this way is east. I should have been doing this a bit more systematically. Instead of just going around in a big circle. Oh, there's a troll, but he's not champion. Thankfully, if I found a champion troll, I don't know if that would work. Oh, there's the mail. Thanks, Antirg. About to leave for a meeting. The pendant's in the mail. Okay. Thanks so much, Antirg. I think that'll help a lot. Okay, I went up this road before. So I didn't end up getting to where I wanted to go as far, but that's fine. We'll go over here to this step. We'll see if there's something else there, and I'll probably be able to hit a mailbox somewhere over here too. Okay. I'll hold on to it. Crocodile. So tempted. You don't understand how tempted I am to go just kill all the greenish ones. But I'm on a mission. I'm gonna keep going. Keep focus. I'm worried. Should I take the road or should I see if I can get down here? Let's see if I can get down here first. This is gonna be close. No. This doesn't look good. Can I go diagonally? No, I'm gonna have to go back up. Alright. Maybe? Yes. Ooh, lucky. I was afraid Xander was gonna get hit. You know what? Before I go much further, let's see, let's get out of the range of that. And let's switch Xander's armor. This will just protect him just a little bit more. When you find one, you'd have to get low HP before you can start the sack and probably be interrupted a lot of times. So make sure you have the sacrifice binded and a spam key while making sure the crafter tune stops fighting the mob so it doesn't kill it before the sack is completed. That is good advice. I'm wondering if I should make a sacrifice key. Okay, let's do that. Bind. Let's make it period. Sacrifice. Is that enough? What? What just happened? Error parsing command. Okay. Key bindings. There it is. Oh, it's like the same as the sacrifice on the... Is it the same sacrifice as you do on the altar? I guess so. I already have that bound. Yeah, okay. I already have that bound. Okay, so there's more mobs down there. How do I get down there, though? The other thing I can do is on my on Griffith, I can just unequip his weapon when it gets to a certain point. Let's see if that road continues over here. Nope. It's all rock. This is not looking good. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get down there. No, there's no way. There's no way. Okay. Well, this way it is. Let's see if there's a way around. See a house over there with a road coming this way. Oh, I'm not going to be able to make it up this either. Nope. Gotta go around. Another greenish. Nope. I think champion crocodiles don't look any bigger than regular ones. So you almost have to, like, search each one. Oh, there's a lava fiend. Hello, Mr. Lava Fiend. Okay, I see a village up here. Wonder, because I wanted to go to cross over to there. But if I come over to this village, I might be able to snag up a mailbox. Question is, can I get down there? Can I get down there? All rideable champs have the same size as normal ones. That is unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. I have memories of people riding champ unicorns, and the unicorns were monstrous. It's a greenish croc. Resist the urge, resist the urge. Oh, we'll be here all day. How do you get down in here? Let's see, hopefully the gate is open. I see a mailbox right there. And it is not. People do not like to have visitors, I guess. Okay, who got hit? Xander got hit. He's okay. He is okay. Alright, what is that way? Where am I exactly? It looks like this way is up here, and that looks like inaccessible across the water there. So I want to go this way. I want to come across here and check out this area. But I think ultimately I'm going to have to end up coming down this way and into here, potentially, as my next move. Unless I'm lucky enough to find one up here. I'll do the circle up here. This is what I wanted to do earlier. I wanted to circle up here. Still hoping for a mailbox. down here? Is this a little place? Abandoned deed? Or maybe even non-abandoned deed? This is another entrance into the same place, I think. Which I will doubt is open as well. We'll try it out anyway. No, locked. Okay, that looks promising down there. I hope to find a mailbox down there somewhere. It looks like people created land bridges across here. Or not land bridges, but just bridges. Oh, these horses. So slow. Yeah, it's yeah. Slow. Old scorpion. Okay, let's see. Mailbox? Mailbox anywhere? This looks like a very humble, not quite finished place. Its name is Shackport. I do not see a mailbox. This looks too deep. But oh, yeah. Not too deep. Just not too deep. I'm going this way for a mailbox, but I feel like I'm going too far in the wrong direction. It does look like this is going to lead me to a mailbox. I mean, people put in all this effort to put this stuff in here. Shack attack. Yeah, there's got to be a mailbox here. There's got to be. Mail's grip for the mailbox. Thanks, cats. Though. Alright. Where... If I were a mailbox... Don't see one up here. That is a red gnar. Red and green. Oh. I spy. There we go. Pendulum. Thanks, Antir. This will be helpful. Lurker in the woods. May as well use it right here. Huh. Typical Wurm day. You get on with a goal to do something, then you have to do another thing for that initial thing, and then some other for the prereq one. So now he went out for a champ mob, but will soon look for clay to make a mailbox. But then needs a full priest to count. Yeah, exactly. Typical Wurm experience. Okay, I want to get over to that spot over there. So I'm going to see if maybe riding along, staying low, and going around, can I make it across there? Through here. The pendulum does not seem to move. Can I cast this while moving? Let's see. Yep, it looks like it. Looks like a rice farm. Let me just see. Is it rice? Yep. Well, it's got some active players here. Pendulum does not seem to move. Welcome to Shackport. I missed that sign on the way in. Did they? Yeah, the text is like... I almost feel like the text could use some work. What do you guys think? Like, it seems pretty difficult to read on the sign itself. Unless you're looking at it from a particular angle, like... I don't know. You'd have to be looking at it like this to kind of see the words. Yeah, thicker. I mean, the obvious downside, the obvious problem is some signs can take a lot of characters. But I agree that thicker and like sharper, like not as pixelated, so that it can be easily seen in the contrast. You think most signs are made for the standard res? Yeah. Yeah. Could use some improvement, though, in my opinion. Hey, the Absorbic. Need Wurm billboard. I mean, I was really happy when they added the feature that you can see the text in the game, not having to do the tooltip hover. But at the same time, the text is really hard to read. So it'd be cool if you could stack signs, say 3 high, then have more info on it with bigger text. Huh. Like you would see in, Minecraft or something like that. Yeah, totally. How much is Unreal Engine 5? Yeah. Who knows? I wonder... see if I can get around this way. Ooh, rare gnar. People like their red gnars, eh? Does Unreal 5 support voxel? I don't know. I haven't looked into it enough. But I feel like they would be remiss to have excluded voxel. I mean, that seems like the way things are moving forward from here. I mean, so there's some crazy voxel stuff that I've seen. And it can look pretty realistic. Like, we're not talking Minecraft voxel anymore. We're talking... It looks like real. Wow. Wonder why these guys don't get creative. Their message is always, do you want to become famous? %5 royalty. Yeah, that is nothing. Okay. End of the road. Can I make it around here? Looks like there's another thing over here. Another flattened spot. Let's see if I can make it there. And... whoa, this is not... Oof, okay, I can make it. Alright, and I'm gonna spin the pendulum. Oh goodness. Stuck on a little rock here. Also exempt for the first 1 million. That's not bad. Oh, it's okay. So an Unreal Engine voxel demo. Okay, I'll look at that in just a second. I just want to get across that water first. You heard being famous comes with death threats, among other things. No thanks. Ah, good. There's a bridge. Somebody build a bridge. All right. I failed to make sense of the pendulum. Let's just sit here and use this for a second before I go across the bridge. Let's look at this demo. Hold on, I just gotta pause it here. I'm sure to be blown away. Okay, that didn't work. Go. Let's see. What? Okay, that covered everything. Let's do theater mode. There we go. Oh yeah. Like, what?
Hi everyone, Joe Garth here, creator of Brushify.io. This scene was created in Unreal Engine 5 using the Brushify Environment Toolkit.
Like, this is what the future of video games is going to look like?
A single 1080 Ti on a normal consumer level desktop PC.
Did he just say that this is being rendered on a 1080 Ti?
This is not just a normal landscape. This is a fully physicalized and interactive world.
Right.
Think of it sort of like a futuristic version of Minecraft. I can chip away at the world by tunneling into the landscape. And as I do, rocks and all these small pebbles will become dislodged and move with real physics. Every single rock that you see is physicalized. This sort of physical interaction unlocks a lot of gameplay possibilities.
That's
For instance,
crazy.
Here, I can summon these meteors to hit the ground, and they'll cause real deformations in the landscape. This is possible because this entire landscape is rendered using the Voxel plugin. In my opinion, this really takes games to the next level in terms of technology. Not only is it now possible to have near photorealism, but we can also physically interact with our worlds in a way never before possible on consumer hardware.
Holy.
Here you can see me actually tunneling into the landscape and actually creating a hole directly through the terrain.
So
Brushify
cool.
takes care of automatically texturing the landscape as it gets deformed. We can sculpt the landscape in just the same way as we would a normal Unreal Engine landscape, but with the added benefit of being able to create overhangs. It's also really cool how all of the physicalized objects interact with the landscape as you sculpt, and this is all able to take place in runtime. I'm also making use of Unreal Engine 5's Nanite feature, and here you can see in the Nanite preview that I'm actually using it to make the distance mountains much cheaper. I'm able to use the high polygon version of all of the distance mountains and really just go completely crazy with the art side of things and not really worry about performance in the distance at all. Another really cool feature I was able to use in this scene is actually the volumetric clouds. I'm actually using Ultra Dynamic Sky in this scene with the volumetric clouds preset. This is really cool because it allows me to have real three-dimensional clouds in the scene and also to take full control of the
Look at those clouds, guys.
I think Ultra Dynamic Sky
Look at
is
that.
perfect for really dynamic gameplay scenes. So I'm actually able to have the full 24-hour day and night cycle. This entire lighting setup will pretty much work out of the box, and you can pretty much just tweak sliders here and there, and you'll get similar results to these. By the way, all of the assets that you see here, the rocks, the grass, the distance mountains, these are all assets that are included in the Brushify packs. These rocks are all Brushify 3D scans. They're all designed to be modular, encapsulated, and game ready, which means they're really easy to place in the context of an open world game. They're also completely set up to use physics out of the box.
Wow.
The other quite impressive thing about this is that the world size is actually not small. It's 5 kilometers across by 5 kilometers across, so 25 kilometers squared. And what's also amazing is that as I move through this voxel world,
that's like indie size,
will be generated
right?
on the fly.
Like or
so here you can see that wherever I go
in between
it's going to
the
become automatically populated completely procedurally with these sort of grass and rocks, and those are all going to follow preset rules. So that's sort of things like what angle the rocks are going to spawn at, the sort of quantity and density of the rocks for different areas, and it will really just sort of make its mind up what the world is going to look like. So I didn't have to hand place all of this stuff. It was all procedurally generated
Holy crap.
automatically.
Okay, I'm gonna pause that there. That is insanity. Yeah, that's like 5 kilometers by 5 kilometers. It's not quite indie size, but I think the small servers are what? 2 by 2? No. Oh no, the small ones are 8 by 8. Okay, so this is still a little bit smaller than the smaller servers, but nonetheless, I'm sure it can get scaled up. That's insane. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. That's what the future of computer games is going to look like, I think. Let's see, you guys said a whole bunch of stuff. Your heart is literally aching right now, yeah. But can you leave piles of dirt on the ground everywhere? Yeah. Future project imagined. I know. I mean, I'm sure it's going to be some time before we see games like that on the market, but maybe a couple years from now we'll start seeing something, you know, some beta games. Imagine what kinds of games we'll be playing in the future, guys. Yeah, I know. Samuel will nerd out so much with the environment in Unity Engine 5, Unreal Engine 5. Probably come with exclusive deal for Epic Games Launcher. Impressive forces of nature included. Just slide the ruler. I know. But we need an indie dev to use this. The big competitors will botch it and make garbage. That is true. That is totally true. But it does seem like it's making it easier for indie devs to get their hands on this sort of stuff, and they're making it accessible. Like that guy that made that video, no doubt, is just some guy who was just messing around with it and made that environment. Not exclusive, but Unity Engine 5 has no license fee for games sold on Epic Games, so it's a nice incentive. That is true. No other game allows you to pave various NFSW shapes in the desert and see them on the next map dump. Oh, man. Well, it is the future of video games. That's for sure. I mean, it really did look for a second there that Unity was taking off, but I have a feeling people are going to go hog wild over the Unity Engine 5. It seems to tout like really efficient. Like that was being rendered on a single 1080 Ti, which is a 6-year-old graphics card. I mean, granted, it was the top of the line, but still, it's like 6 years old or something like that. Ugh, I kind of wanted it to get over there. Let's see, can I get up here? That road might be traversable. The pendulum doesn't seem to move. No. They made a road not traversable. Nope. Alright. That's a little annoying. Yeah, there we go. Just include a VR plug in and hey, presto. Yeah. Oh, this road does not seem like 37 slope. Can I make up 37 slope? Yes, just I think 40 is the cutoff. There was a road, but then they needed dirt, probably. I know. Let's take it from this road right here. Okay, so once I get up to the top of this ridge, I hope I will be overviewing a massive area. Nope, doesn't look like it. It looks like it keeps going up. Looks like it keeps going up. Okay, so I can see some stuff. Let's look over here. Not very big, this area. It's not very big. Where am I on the map? I see why it's not so big. It's because of this mountain here. This mountain here. This mountain here is taking up the majority of this spot. So all that there is this little area here. So I'm just going to go along here and go up here and just peek over here and just see what happens. No, this is not the... No, this is quite a bit... So where that was in the south. That was... I want to say... this mountain here. Down here. And I'm way up here at the top. Oh, somebody dug a trench here. And then there's like a small forest here, but I kind of want to get around here and see what is over on that side there. But the pendulum is not moving. Now, is it kind of like water, where it sometimes will say it doesn't seem to move, but that's just like a failed roll? I kind of feel like there's a possibility of a failed roll. No, it's just for champ mobs. Okay. I know it's just for champ mobs, but you know, like how if you have just a regular pendulum that's just for water, and you use it, you could be right next to a water tile, and it could potentially say that it doesn't move, or maybe the quality affects the chance of positive rolls. Right, like something like that. That's what I mean. And the quality is pretty low because it's Serral, so. Well, I do have a Serral lump that I could probably donate to improve this pendulum. That's okay, I'll just keep doing this. Okay, there's the other step area I wanted to just take a peek at. Oh, this is... Let me just come out here so I can see what I'm dealing with here. Okay. I wonder if there's a road that brings me around. Yeah, we don't know. I could ask NCA help. Curious to know if they know. Quality of the pendulum make any difference for lurker in the woods? Need to go down here and this way. Fail to make sense of the pendulum. Like it could be that it just gives me that message when I fail. Sending help. Enchanting a pendulum with any lurker spell will make the pendulum unable to find water. Yeah, that's see, because an unenchanted pendulum finds water tiles, but the moment you enchant it with something, it finds something other than water tiles. So that's all that's saying, I think. Which is understandable. What is it with people in roads? Looks like I can actually make it up here, though. Oh, no? I cannot? 39 slope? Cannot make it up 39 slope? Alright. Looks like I can go this way. Looks like I can go this way. There's a guard tower. Okay, this is a good direction. Just the cast tower as far as I know. Right. I mean, see, the problem is that information like this, because it's not on the Wurmpedia, it's just a matter of, like, we don't know. And I don't think, like, all that the CA help people will know is that the Wurmpedia does not say anything. But I bet you it's one of those things that unique hunters would know, because back in the day, you would need to use pendulums to find uniques. Then they got rid of that. But because of that, because of the value of uniques, I bet you people figured out exactly how pendulums work. Yeah, exactly. Or we need ORR to come online. Exactly. Right, let's see what the pendulum says here. Yeah, Stanley. He hunts uniques. A unique hunter. Pendulum does not seem to move. Whoa. A little bit of a lag spike there. Looks like somebody's been hunting here. There's piles of meat. Okay, this steppe does not seem to have nearly as many mobs as the desert did. Mostly domestic mobs. And I don't think that you can have champion domestic mobs. Like there's no such thing as a champion sheep or something like that, right? The range is dependent on the server size, yeah. Yeah. So I did see that on the Wurmpedia. So we're on the smallest server, so we're going to get the smallest range, which is unfortunate. I mean, I could have gone over to a larger server. We'll just move over, like, 40 tiles or something like that, and then spin the pendulum again. I mean, this pendulum has a 98 cast on it, which pretty close gives me 60 some odd tiles. Plus, it's made out of Ceril, which gives an extra 25%. So, let's see. What is, let's say 63, let's say it gives me 63 tiles. And then add 25% to that. So I'm getting 78 tiles or so radius, which isn't bad. I mean, 78 tiles would probably be all the way to that, if not all the way to the mountain there, but close to the mountain. So it should give me like this wide area if I just sit right here and do this a couple times. I think only mobs with a spawn can have champions. You mean like a cave? Like not a cave, what do you call those things? Like the little like a garbage pile or the mountain lion den. Let me think if I can think of a counterexample. Yeah, spiders can't. Yeah. Yeah, maybe that's true. Maybe that's the way it is. Okay, I think this step was a bust. It's all cows and donkeys and sheep over here. I'm just gonna go down to the forest over there and see if anything's in the forest, because there could be spiders in there. Let me just see where I am. I am probably over here now. In this side, this step. So I'm coming down to this area here. And I think if I come over here and get nothing on the pendulum, I'm just going to go back to the other desert and come back south from there. Let's just do this near the forest. Does not seem to move. Yeah, like a goblin hut. Yeah, yeah. That is a distinct possibility. Right, like, because unicorns have a den. Scorpions as well. Do hellhounds have a den? No, right? I've seen a champion hellhound. There was somebody posted a picture of a champion hellhound just the other day. And I don't think hellhounds have a den. Or a spawner. Pendulum does not move. Yeah, I think this step was a mistake. I shouldn't have come over here. It's like nothing in here. The desert over there was like, seemed far more plausible. Oh, really? That seems a little fishy. GM spawned champion hellhound. I mean, those are collector's items, right? Then a quick look through the mechanics to see if a mob spawn layer terrain type. Any chance to... But yeah, layer does factor into it. Okay. Here's a troll. Oh, Mr. Troll. Let's try over here. Troll's still coming after me. Oof. Don't want to go too far from this spot. Doesn't seem to move. Alright, let's go back. So let's see. Where was I? I was... Wait a minute. I'm not going back. Back is the other way. Back is that way. Let me just let my compass settle for a second. Come on, compass. Yeah, back is... Ooh! Back is that way. I think I'm right on this tippy tip. When you're over there. So let's see. Let's see if the land does what I think it does. In that corner there. It probably has this... Oh, right, and that's where I had to go around. Right, yes, that's where I am. Okay, so I'm right over here. Leading up to that little peninsula. I will probably have to go up the hill. Let's look at the... I'm just going to look at one more thing about the lurker again. I wish there was a way to minimize this. Just temporarily. Like, you know, where you double double click the top of the window. Oh, you can't even minimize the world map. Okay. Where it says the pendulum doesn't seem to move and it's like approximately 43 tiles greater than, but that's not right. But I guess that means it's out of range if the pendulum doesn't seem to move. Okay. Can I get around? It does seem to be a little bit of a wonky road here, but... Okay, you lived out here a bit, mostly just black bears and mountain lions in that area. That's okay, I mean, any mob like that can be a champion. I could stumble upon a champion black bear. This road is not taking me in the right direction. I want to go this way. This here looks like it was a deed at one point. A little terraformed little spot. Let's check this out. Oh, I'm having this sinking feeling I won't be able to come down on this side. Oh, I can. There's a road here. Yeah, this is a nice terraform spot. Anybody looking for a nice waterfront deed? All terraformed up. Quite large area. I'm guessing this way? Let's see. So I just came around this thing, and I want to come back east. So this way's east, if I'm not mistaken. Nope, this way's south. This way's east. Oh, I see. I'm here. I need to go south a little bit before east, but let's just take a peek. What does east look like? East looks like water. Oh, I meant west. I meant west. I'm trying to go west. What am I doing? South and then west. Ooh, I got a local person. I'm on a champion mob search. This is pretty high up. I can probably peek. Me. Okay. There's a road over here. That'll probably bring me where I want to go. Look. Thanks. Failed to make sense of the pendulum. Yeah, I came up on Pete. And as long as the mountain's on my right, yeah, then I'm okay. I'm going in the right direction. I'm coming along here, probably, now. Although there's trees on my left, I wonder if those were planted, potentially. Because there's no trees on the map, or there's no forested area on the map. This just looks like all would have been steppe. It's not out of the question that this might have been just a planted forest. It is steppe all along this side, up to the mountain. You like how I read local chat out loud? Well, I'm reading local chat out loud for the benefit of you guys. I don't normally, not to myself. Okay, and this person in local said they didn't see any on the way east. Okay, so well, they are often, they could be hidden, but let's And I keep not being able to make any sense of the pendulum. Look at this place. Look at this place. What is going on here? Looks like somebody like moved in. Like, what do you need all these things for? Holy. Like, wow. Look at this, guys. So the deed name is Harbor of Wholesome Hoarder. Okay, you got stumbled upon this place in a recent Wurm roulette. Usually the result of trying to get a rare. That makes sense. That makes sense. Like, look at this place. What the... And they're, like, surface mining in a weird way, too. I hear somebody fighting. Getting closer to it. It sounds like I'm on top of it, but I don't see it. I see a guard over here. I don't see any, what do you call it? And there's Anolin, person in my local. Quite, whoops. Quite the collection you have over here. This is just archaeologist or salvager. His name is Smog. Yeah, I mean, I think the theory of Rare Maker is a good possibility. But yeah, that's a lot of stuff. Oh, there's a wall here. Okay. Go up here. I'm curious to know if I'm going to get stuck if I try to go across here. Getting flashbacks of my first labyrinth, yeah. The forge room. Oh, I can't get across here, can I? No bridge made here yet. So I gotta go back across that bridge. The pendulum did not give me a reading last time. Yep. No bridges, no river crossings. Yeah, it's... If you live on the older servers, you don't get this as often. The older servers tend to have much better infrastructure. The newer servers are not quite perfect yet. I mean, not to say that the old servers are perfect, but still quite a few places that are not traversable. At least on a cart. Okay, I'm gonna go this way. Oh, there's a mine here. Let's avoid that. And I failed to make sense of the pendulum. It might just be that that's due to the quality, right? Like, whether you make sense of the pendulum or not might be quality based. Here's a road. Hums north to Alaska. Go north. The rush is on. Johnny Horton. All right. I mean, this server, for some odd reason, they made extremely hilly. It's a small but hilly server, which is unique because all the other small servers are not this hilly. The only server that I think, I mean, Xanadu and Independence both are probably more hilly than this server, but I don't know. Is there another one that's comes close to Melody? Hey, Sasha. Good morning. Sorry that you guys weren't able to make it yesterday. Missed seeing you. Glad you can join in. We are on a champion creature hunt in Wurm. Oh, this croc is actually hitting me. Okay, I'm gonna get away from it here. Oh, lag. Okay, so that's the desert that I was in. I just gotta get my bearings again where I am now. I'm coming down a road I wasn't in before. Hey, Faye. How's it going? A champion hunt. So far he's found 0. Yes, totally. Totally found 0. I just need 1. Just need 1. I failed to make sense of the pendulum. Yeah, I'm curious to know whether that's just means... Oh, there's a large rat quite some distance away behind me. Okay. Found it. Found one. And the rat is good. Okay, let's just see what quite some distance means. Ugh, I wish it would just stay on that page. Lurker in the woods. What does quite some distance mean? Quite some distance means... Or some distance. What does it say? Quite some distance. Like, pretty close, though. Within 40 tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's 10 to the top here. Yeah, I know. It'll die in 2 or 3 hits for sure. But that actually is going to be helpful, I think. Okay, I might have to clear out some mobs here, but... Let's just move up a bit more and then spin the pendulum again. Oh, that croc's back on me. Yeah. If it's just a rat, then I'm going to just use Xander to get him. Okay, let's see. Is that croc on me? No. So I moved like 20 tiles this way, or maybe 15 to 20. I just want to see if it moved into a closer... Come on, pendulum. Is imping pendulums jewel smithing? Or is it... blacksmithing? Jewel smithing. Yeah. Thanks, Jinkeko. Right, so I'm using this one, Lurker in the Wood, locates champion animals. Like, I wish there was a way to just stay on this page. I know, I can just copy the URL. Oh no, but then you can't. Okay. Right. So there's a couple things that I wish this in-game wiki had. One of them is like bookmarking pages. The other is I wish when I opened it again it didn't reset to the beginning. I wish it just stayed where it was last. And then the other one is that you could just put in a URL or put in a, copy a URL into here. Go into first person mode and use the pendulum. You think the third person borks the tracking. Really? Okay. Oh, I know what it borks. It borks the direction, right? In the same way where when you're third person you go to drop something and you think you're dropping in front of your character, but like the quote unquote in front of your character is not in the same spot. Okay, now it's not moving. Okay, so maybe it was because when I was over there, when it said behind me, it was actually not behind me. Right. Seppuku, you bring up a good point. I think you are absolutely right about that. You have to be in first person mode or else in front of you is not actually in front of you. So let's go back to where I was over here when I caught the rat before. It was over here somewhere. Yeah. Left of me. Okay. Yeah. It was completely borked. So I'll just queue up a bunch of these. And keep an eye out for the rat. Eddie, you on the right. Okay, so this way. It's going to be on somebody's deed. Watch this. It's like going to be somebody's on the left. What? Quite some distance still. So this could actually be not obtainable here. Watch it be in the water or something. Oh, you got your chair. Nice. Will getting in and out of the cart make any difference? I have a feeling that I'll be fine as long as I'm in first person mode. And how are you enjoying the new chair? Sasha said he was going to get the same chair I have, or, well, same brand. Can't get down there. To the right of me. It's like conflicting information. Let's see what it says now. From ahead of me to the left. There he is. There you are. There you are. Okay. Now, I might just have to get out. Is what I might have to do. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it down this. Yeah, but he's just over that ridge there. You know what? Let me go up and around. Let me see if I can go up and around. Hey, Antir, yes. Found one. And your pendulum definitely helped. So thank you so much for that. I don't think I would have found this guy without the pendulum, because he's right on the edge. Down... I can't even see him from here. He's like down there somewhere. Okay, I can make it around. Good. So I won't need first person now. I know exactly where he is. Now, the last thing is I just want to make sure that I am not... What is it? On anybody's deed. Okay, where did he go? He's just on the other edge of this ridge. So I'm thinking... I gotta build this altar. There he is. I feel the presence. I no longer feel the presence of Luba. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so I'll bring him right here. So let's build the altar right here. Okay. And that should come out Venora. I think. Yes. Whew. Okay, I'm still Venora. Okay. And anybody know how long until like the influence is spread? Or if it's already like instantly, I'm now in the domain of Venora. Wish there was a way. What is that? What is the spell effects window button? I think I need to just spell effects. Look on Xander. Faith bonus. Right? Like right? Like if I have that, that means I'm in the vicinity of a Venora altar, I think. Alright. Alright. I'm gonna take the weapon off of here just in case. I'm gonna activate the sacrificial knife. J is my sacrifice button. Okay. Here we go. Let's hope I don't kill it. Look at the size of this thing. He's so cute. Alright, come on over here. Okay. I'm just going to hit him once or twice. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Whoa, okay. Okay. Alright, alright. Sacrifice you. Whew! One hit. Look at that. It gave me 66. Yeah, I know. Close one. Nice. Done. Check. Sacrifice a champion creature. Thanks, Antierg. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I definitely would not have been able to do that without the pendulum. So thank you very much. And it was very, very nice. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Yay. I know. That was actually a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. I mean, I don't think I could have gotten luckier with the rat. Like one hit to bring it down to the right level. Yeah. Okay. So, unfortunately, this altar has to stay, right? Don't want to destroy it, lest I lose. What is it? Faith? And you can't load it. Yeah, I know. Totally. Totally another learning experience. I mean, I never really sacrificed stuff before. Thank you, thank you. I wonder if so it gave me 66 favor, which is a lot less than I thought it was going to be. This is all stuff I can leave. Whoops. I'm going to bury all. All right. Feel bad leaving an altar here. But what quality is it? 30. Okay, well. It is what it is. I hope I didn't mess up somebody's influence. Yeah, definitely good call. I knew that was a thing. It just didn't click here for this one. It's based on the mob's CR. Oh. Oh. Okay. Well, Champ Troll. It just doesn't seem like a reliable way of getting favor. Right? Like I wonder if you can you farm that stuff? Can you farm it? Does sacrificing a domestic creature give you the same amount? Like let's say I bred scorpions, let's say. I just like have a massive farm of scorpions, tons of them. And like every so often I just bring a scorpion over to my altar and sacrifice it. Can I like is this a viable they don't give you favor. Yeah, if they're domesticated. Yeah. Right. Better to just make cordage ropes, I think. I mean, on the cordage rope front, I think I'm doing pretty good. So what you do is make 80 quality altars in hunt areas and just sack and cast there. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it can beat me just sitting by my altar in my house with boatloads of cordage rope sitting in the bins next to me. You know? Like where I can sacrifice 500 favor just with not thinking about it, you know? Yeah, combat skill. Yeah, that's true. Kind of been keeping those two separate. You know, my priest does not have good combat skill at all. And now the domestic versus free range produce. God, won't know the difference. Well, yeah. I mean, wait a minute. I don't even know which way I'm going. Yeah, I'm going south. Let me think about this here. Where was I? I came back across, that was the bridge here. And I feel like I'm coming south here, which is not right. I need to go. Yeah, I need to go back. I need to go back and go west because I my boat is parked right in this little dimple area here, and I think I'm coming down this spot right here. So I need to go across west first before coming south. Can you breed scorps? I'm pretty sure that you can breed anything. Pretty sure you can breed almost any mob. Let me think here. Yeah. Yeah, any mob you can breed. Antier gear was breeding champion trolls. And it was working. So, yeah. Yeah, I gotta go across this peat, that's right. I'm curious to know if I can make it up that hill. Let's see. And you know, now that we're a little bit more relaxed, I might spend a little bit of time with those greenish ones. Those greenish mobs give such good fight skill. Yeah, I can make it up here. So you're grinding, channeling, getting casts on items, getting fight weapons, stance, shields, skills, animal biddies for favor sack, meat for hot food cooking, and so a lot of stuff. Yeah, yeah. And you're probably Libela then if you're doing it this way. On PvP, we had a champ troll factory since you could fully breed in one day. Interesting. Yes, the trolls like to breed, and now my cave smells terrible. Yeah. Okay, so you made a full altar chain 2 for your other priest? Interesting. It never occurred to me to do something like this. don't get the fight skill if you oh goodness, I'm coming to a blockage here. I'm afraid to go into this pen because where am I? Where am I? I'll go around. This looks like a round bridge. Wow, this person went through a lot of effort here to put this bridge. This is a big bridge. Okay, so it ends here and then another bridge. What's this? Just a regular crocodile. Yes, the wafts of the aroma traveled up the tunnels to Ivy's Aldeed. Yeah. You get fight skill for mob sacking. The only thing that you can't get is bloodthirst grind. Up with sacking. Okay, well, I'm gonna get myself lost here, I think. Okay, there's the desert. Okay, never mind. I know where I am. Like I was just about to say, like it sounds like something you would do for if you're like on a PvP server and you're like trying to get your priest PvP ready, you know, so you can fight skill, shield skill, all that stuff at the same time. Odor de troll. And yeah, a bloodthirst sack knife would be odd. Totally. Okay, okay. I remember this place. This is where my boat is. This is the waystone I was using as the landmark. So this way. Let's, yeah, this way. All right, and by now I think I could go back and do another sermon. So I'll be one more sermon closer to benediction. This is like I'm thinking. Here's the thing: if I was able to play tomorrow, I'd have benediction tomorrow. But tomorrow I'm going away, and I'll be off the game for a few days. Right when I get back, it seems. Okay, let's unhitch these animals. I just have to make sure I'm off deed here. Yeah. I was off deed before, I just... And I want to open up and bring these creature cages here. While that's loading, I'll just bring Xander on the boat. There we go. Lead these two. I'll just do one at a time. Equipment. Unequip all. Beauty. Lead. Unequip. Oh, this is so much faster. Whoops. This creature is... Okay, that creature. So much faster with the unequip all. Yes, you're on Chaos now, and you have a small Blacklight PMK. Okay. That makes sense. Let's eat that. I didn't even need the cotton. Look at that. We'll eat that. We'll drink a little bit. I think the drinking is up here. And before we head off, I'm going to need a quick bathroom break. Let's load up the cart. Let's load up the boat, I mean. Load, load, and load. Okay. I will be right back. I'm going to take a quick break. No more than a couple minutes, though. I'll be right back. Great. Off we go. Raise the anchor. Let's see. When are you going to do some story time from your adventure on Chaos? I could talk about that a little bit. I mean, there's not really much to tell, honestly. We did have some fun on Chaos. On our newbies, friend and I were starting from scratch without help. First week was interesting. I can imagine that would be interesting, going solo. I mean, there's not really much to tell about my stint on Chaos. It was a friend of mine. His name was Pertoro, and he had been talking about this for so long. Like, we were playing on Freedom. He was a Freedomite, you know, like just not PvPer, and he just had this inkling to want to do a PMK on Chaos for the longest time. Kept asking me if I would come with him, and I'm like, for the most part, I was like, nah, I'm good. I don't need to go to Chaos. But there did come a point. Well, that's interesting. There did come a point where I wasn't playing all that much anymore. Like, I was on a break from the game. And then I just came back from the break, and I got a message from him, and he's like, we're going to do this thing. You in? I'm like, I guess because I was in that mode of just coming back from a break, and I ended up just deciding to go with him. Okay, so Sipiku, you're saying there's a few PMKs now. So like we got, let's see here. Yes. So we have Horde of the Summit. Okay, so that's the template. Freedom Isles, Knights of Valray, Heroic Libla Legion, Inquisition, Ken Gelon, and Pandemonium. Okay. And it looks like Pandemonium's winning. Hey, Goanian. What's going on? Thank you. And speaking of PvP servers, anybody know what happened to the Lone Shrimp? I mean, I totally understand what happened. I'm sure that he just stopped playing. You know, like, it's... I have a... Oh, I experienced this coming back, or going there. The sandbar. It was over here, I think. My guess is that he just stopped playing, and he got into that rut of like, if you log in and you think, what am I going to do today? Like, and you don't have anything really lined up to do. And he was a brand new player, right? So it's a typical time. Around the 3-month mark is usually the typical time where you will really know whether or not somebody's with it for the long haul. It's possible it was burnout. I mean, if it was burnout, then there's a higher chance he'll be back. And, you know, people will burn out and they'll come back and they'll know how to manage that burnout for the next time around, which is I hope. I don't know what it is. It was a Wurm streamer. He streamed on Defiance. He started up just like brand new character, fell in love with the game. He played for like a solid few months and streamed often, and then he just disappeared. More than likely, just lost interest in the grind and lost interest in the. You know, like there was he definitely was he was a Ultima Online player, so he definitely knew the idea of grind. It's very possible he'll be back. It's also possible real life got in the way. It's possible, I don't know exactly what happened though. Yep, exactly. But it's I don't know, Cats, if you notice this, it's like that's not the first time it's happened where a person gets brought into the Valorant Entertainment Network and then subsequently stops streaming. It might have been the pressure. It might have been just, who knows? Who knows? I hope he comes back. I really enjoyed watching his streams. You've been hearing multiple things. One, that he was hurt in real life and couldn't play, but not sure of any fact of this. I hope not. I hope he's doing okay. Yeah, and Esham, you were playing on his deed, if I remember correctly. You don't think his friends liked him playing Wurm? I mean, it's kind of selfish of them. You've noticed that as well, Cats? Yeah. Although in this case, I think it's more about the classic 3 months mark you spoke of, which I totally seen happen. Yeah. It's very possible, because once you stop playing, then you're not going to be, obviously not going to be streaming, right? And he seemed like the guy, he streamed because he loved playing, and he loved sharing his love for the game, right? So, but if you start losing interest and you start losing that spark of like that motivation to keep going, then obviously you're going to stop streaming. It happens. It's typical. I did have hope for him though. He seemed very like gung ho and willing to put in the time that this game takes. You never know. He might give it another shot. We'll see. Sometimes you lose that spark for the game and leave your better lucky brothers. Oh, Antirg. I know Brian wants to have that spark back. He hopped in a few times. I can almost see him coming back to build once the building starts. For those of you who don't know, we're building right on this spot right here. We're going to build a big kingdom castle looking thing. Big kingdom castle. It's going to look awesome. Still tons of work to do. And the building is a little ways off. We still got a lot of terraforming. I know, Cats, you want to get rid of a lot of the clay tiles around the outside here. Currently, Cats is moving a bunch of stuff up to this area over here in anticipation. Hey, Drogos. And Zetran, what's going on? So YouTube made this webinar or already existed? Yeah, so it wasn't us too. It was like so Pertoro and a bunch of his friends, and then he got me to come along, and I brought a friend of mine, and I think by the time we all got there, and also Chef Pee-wee, he's not here right now, but he was here last stream. Chef Pee-wee came along, and there was just like a bunch of us. Enough, because at the time to make a kingdom, you needed 25 people. I think they lowered that number now, right? And Drogos and Texas, you're both here. Been lurking, but now fully here. Nice. How's it going, guys? Yeah. Oh, so it's still 25 premium tunes. Trying to think, was it 25 back then, or was it 50? I can't remember. It was a lot. However many it was, we needed. I can't remember. My camera's flickering still, bothering me so much that it's flickering, and I can't figure out how to fix that. Anyway, we had enough people that with everybody's alts and everybody's, we had enough to drop an alliance down. I mean, my PvP experience was mostly of constructing the capital city. Spent a lot of time making dirt walls and terraforming the place. And yeah, Dirt Wall Central. It was all about digging massive amounts of dirt around the perimeter and using that dirt to make the dirt walls. It had a central dirt wall, so like a central tower that went up, and in the center of the center was the token. And then there was another massive dirt wall around the outside, which I'm trying to remember if we were trying to make it 2 dirt walls tall, or if we were good with just 1 dirt wall tall. I can't remember. Anyway, it was a lot of dirt walls. And that's what I spent a lot of my time on. Yeah, like 300. I don't think we ended up going with that route, though. I think we just went with 1. I mean, what we were making at the time, it was just 2 tiles wide on the top, so you couldn't put another dirt wall on top of that. But yeah, it was like an ungodly amount of dirt. Like, ungodly amount of dirt. Like, there were days where we'd have like 10 or 12 of us out there just digging. Like, all day, we would just all be digging and putting the dirt into bins. And then I was one of the guys who was tasked with taking that dirt and putting it into the walls. And so I'd have like 3 alts at the top of a wall, just leveling it up, just leveling up the wall. And I learned all sorts of like tricks to make it go faster. Like if you do it on a diagonal. So like let's say you're on a flat tile that's up at the top of the, but all the other tiles around it are like slanted downwards. So if you go to the diagonal corner, which has one corner is the same height as you are, but the other 3 corners are like way down at the bottom. If you go to level that, it'll do 3 dirts at a time. Each action, and then I had 3 tunes doing that all at once, so it's like 9 dirt at a time are going into this wall, and you would just zigzag back and forth, right? Like, so once that one's up, then you go over to that tile and diagonal it back, and you just keep zigzagging back and forth like that. Yeah, it was mostly slinging dirt. I kind of remember we went out and captured a few towers. But I never got into a real PvP skirmish. We had situations where the like other kingdoms came over and were checking us out and stuff, and I don't know. I didn't really feel PvP ready, honestly. I was always worried that I'd lose my stuff and that sort of stuff. In the end, I longed for PvE again. So it didn't take that long before I might have been there for 8 months, maybe 8 months. And the whole time I did not see any PvP action. You can't kill anybody, but you're having still fun getting into fights. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the worst was that I didn't bring my dragon gear, right? So And your dragon armor makes you walk real good. Like it's almost like protects you. Like, what is Drake? Is Drake almost like steel, like a protecting you like steel plate does? You just asked Panda for duels. Let's see this. Okay, so you went up against Oblivion Reaver. I'm curious to know, but I would have to guess that Oblivion probably won. Let's see. Let's watch this together. Sipaku's fight against Oblivion Reaver, although it lasts 10 minutes. Let's see how this goes. Okay, this is from your perspective. Okay, I see. So this is just duels, right? Like the winner doesn't take the loser's stuff. I'm just gonna fast forward a little bit. See, oh, it looks not going so well at this point. He's offhanding a sickle. That's interesting. And that looks like a shiny sword that he has there. Let's go. It looks like let's see. Did you get a spell off? Is that what happened there? I missed it. Let's go back here for a second. How did you heal? You're casting. Look at that heal. That's a big up heal. Sickles rule, yeah. Oh, but I was just commenting on it because I think it's. I mean, he's probably feeling very confident, but I think it's a disadvantage in PvP to be dual wielding at all. Which is the reason why you Sipaku, are wearing a shield. But it doesn't look like you're hitting him, so no doubt he has what is that Path of Insanity thing? Like you hit him there and there's like not even red on his bar. And it says you hit him very hard in the right calf. And it's like 1%. He's past the power? Okay. All right. He's like champion, 60% less damage taken, and has a ton of body strength. And he's in rare plus scale. Yeah, I know exactly. Like it looks like he's in a rare, and he's casting a spell. I'm just gonna stand here and cast a spell, and wow, that hit you hard. It burned you. I mean, I remember doing things like this, getting into duels. I was actually pretty strong compared to most of the people in my kingdom, but that's not saying much because our kingdom was like a baby kingdom of mostly PvEers who didn't know what they were doing. I didn't know what I was doing. Let me see. It looks like you're doing pretty poorly over here. This is like okay, that was the end. Oh no. He's dual wielding sickles now. Let's see. Well, I see more red on his bar now. Yep, this looks pretty bad. Although it takes him quite a while to get the last little bit off, right? Oh, there goes your stamina. I think it's all over there. Yeah. Once your stamina's gone, you can't block anymore. Now a duel ends in you getting killed. Can I not? Oh wait, what am I doing here? Hold on. He's a champ too. He can't be killed even by 5 to 6 people. Yeah. You told him that if you hit him once, you get the moral victory. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like I know sickles are badass in terms of, you know, PvP. It's just that he's dual wielding with a sickle in his offhand, which is not normal. It just showed his confidence. Right, I want to re-gear this horse. This goes here. This goes here. All right, let's get another sermon in. No, that's not too far away. Ugh. What? Passenger. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, it's infinite stam. Yeah, and pops LE immunity because people use salve on their weapons. That makes them do no damage. Yeah. I did hear Path of Power is pretty strong in PvP. And if you're a champ, I don't think you have to worry about your health as much. Let's just drop. Oh, I'm going too far. Okay. Should get a prey in because I haven't gotten all 5 of my prays in yet today. Yeah. I can imagine. So you can pop Continuum for 2 for 20% more damage reduction. Yeah, that's just once every 18 hours though, and I think it doesn't last too long. How long does it last? Like 20 seconds or something? Oh, is it 15? Okay. That's decent enough. Right, so now I'm feeling like benediction's pretty much in hand. Because I can do the rest of these sermons just like I'm doing them right now. I just got to wait 3 hours in between each one. And after this, there's only 7 left to go. Yep. Yeah, 24-hour stream. But unfortunately, I probably won't get it till Friday. Yeah, Friday I'll probably get it. Because as I said, I'm away, so I won't be on. I won't be playing for the next few days until Friday. Like I'll probably be able to get in 2 more today. Let's see, maybe if I'm really on it, if I have like a timer set, I could get 3 more today. But I don't see the need to like really rush it. It's gonna happen now. Then it won't take too long. So that's awesome. I got that check marked off my to-do list. Let's see. What can we do for the rest of the stream? I don't want to. So I've been saving up my favor, and building it up again. I'm not quite gotten too high, but like 478 quality ropes. That's not bad. How much is each one? Each one is 16 favor. So what's 400 times 16? 6,400. So it's not bad. It's not great. I could probably spend more time making some more cordage. I do have 6.7 thousand more WEMP. And I mean, that's not the only cordage I have. I got some more lower quality cordage, just not as much. And then on to just casting away and getting my channeling up. And that's the last little bit to get this priest all ready to go in terms of having his cast power going, getting those awesome casts. You know what I should do is the farming. Let's do some farming. That's something that needs to be done. Staff back. Let's put this in the armors. Put the sacrificial knife back in there. And I need a sickle for this. Or no, a scythe. I need a scythe because I have some grains growing over at the other, but I'm going to restock everything with Wemp. I'm going to do the Wemp thing again. And so I'll need a... Let's just bring it all. And I'll just pop the extra in the bin that's over there. And I want to do my high quality rake for the Wemp. Wemp isn't so good now for my skilling. And if I use the high quality rake, then I'm going to get a good amount of yield from it. Where's my water? I'm not too concerned about food right now. Okay, while I'm doing this, I'm going to grab some mining food and just hit that vein over there. Is that enough? 5 hours, yeah, 6 hours of mining. That's good enough. And I think I left some food over there. Let's just take this horse. Okay, get him going. Yeah, I didn't put the stream the server name. This is Melody. You know, the small new server. So we are right over here in this little area on Melody. Oh, before I run into something here. How's it going? I do recognize your name, so you must have been in here before at some point. Havana Games. And you also play Wurm? Now what server are you situated? Yeah, you try to lurk all Wurm streams? That's cool. I think with a high quality rake and with my farming skill, I can get like 14 or 13, you know, consistently per tile, which is a good amount. And so between this field and the other field that I have, let's try on some sleep bonus here for this. And the other thing I'm going to do is also turn on Wurm Assistant, just for the notification, the action queue notification. Yeah, Wurm is chill. It's such a chill game. Yeah, that little Blanc. just to let me know that my action queue ended. So this field won't take long. It's already half done almost. Whoops. I'm switching back to Wemp because I'm anticipating once I get Benediction, I'm gonna want to cast a lot. Oh, you're mining silver too? Yeah. I made a mistake, and that's reminds you of GTA San Andreas. Wurm does. Oh, this flickering is driving me nuts. Yeah, once I get, so I'm saying so many things at the same time. I made a mistake here with my pickaxe. When I made it, it was like 2 quality, and I just wanted it to go like something like just under 10 quality. Maybe 10 quality was probably where I was aiming for. Because I find when it's too low, you have to repair almost every other action, or else it's so easy to forget to repair your pickaxe. So I imped it once, and it only went to 6, and I was like, kind of want it like a little higher than 6, so I imped it one more time, and it went to 17. That was just way too high. So now I'm getting skill, but it's not in the optimal range. So like if you take a look at my... The problem also is that this is a 39 quality vein, and so it's hard to tell, but I'm going to make the assumption that if I got a pure 39.00, that was not a skill tick. And when I sort the quality, like look how many 39s I'm getting. Like of these 40, I got 15 of them at 39. And then only 18 gave me a skill tick, and a whole bunch at 1. It's actually getting better. There was a point where none of them were giving me 1. Like, none of my actions were giving me 1s. So, I don't know. We'll see here. We'll see here how it goes. So let's see. We got tunes on several islands. We recently made one on Cadence with Steam since the old accounts won't link to Steam. You made a tune on the new servers without Steam. Yeah. So I was just about to say that, Isham. You don't need Steam. In fact, all my characters are on the old client. I didn't make any Steam accounts. In fact, I would recommend to anybody just starting out, like if you haven't made the characters yet, is to not use Steam. Particularly because Steam takes a cut of all premium and all... Actually, I'm not sure about premium, but anything from the shop, I'm pretty sure Steam takes a cut. And if you use the old client and use the web shop, I think the Wurm team gets more money that way. At least that's as far as I understand. So, yeah. And you keep using we. Is it you and, like, a friend? Or is there, like, a bunch of you? You think you have one on Harmony 2, or maybe you sailed through there? You can't recall. Okay. So 4,400 ore mined. Oh, the little pling. I see what you're saying, cats now. 4,400 ore mined and just got the notice that I have 5k left. That sounds familiar. Not on this vein, but on the other vein that I just finished mining out. It was a similar feeling. I don't think it was over 4,000, but it was over 3,000 for sure. Like, finally mined out 3,000 ore from it, and it finally said, you now have less than 5,000. But I just finished it. And that's why my mining skill got so high. It is currently at 90.2. I mean, it's not terribly high, but it definitely got me through the 80s. That's for sure. Oh, sisters. Okay. So it's you and a sister. Or sisters. Steam, yes, has its percentage. Moreover, to its approach, new players mostly discover this. Yes. There's definitely the upside of more discoverability of the game through Steam. But the downside that it takes a cut. The other downside to Steam is you don't get the low deed upkeep warning by email. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. And in Steam, like, how is it? It's possible to make multiple characters and to load them on, like load multiple characters online at the same time, or do you have to do that workaround? I mean, I like the convenience of just having to click the launcher and be able to load, more than one character on, and with no effort really. I'm gonna take these. Yeah, so no, I'm not gonna use my sleep bonus on the farming right now. No multi characters on Steam. Right. That's okay, so you need 99.86 with a ruin pick to pull 100 quality. So now is it like there's no point in getting imbues anymore then? Oh wait, no, that's not true. Imbues will increase the average quality, right? Imbues will increase the average quality. That's strange that I can see the reason why they switched the runes and the imbues. Totally, I actually appreciate it. I really felt like the whole way that the imbues used to work was just way too overpowered. Like, way too overpowered. This way, it makes you really want to push your mining up. Right? I think that if the imbues worked the way that they did before, I probably would stop at this point and would not grind much further. Yeah, it's hard to say where the top is, right? Because they still allow you to mine above the ore. Like once they made that change, there was a couple of iterations, but when the dust settled with a ruin, so on my pickaxe, this one here, I have this ruin. A bronze ruin of Libula has been attached, so it will gather resources at a higher quality level, 10%. So they changed it so that 10% cannot go above your skill. So I cannot mine 100 quality ore or whatever, 99 quality ore. I can mine at most my skill, so 90 quality ore. But if you're hitting a vein that only has 60, like that's its maximum. Like you see how this has 39 quality, that's its maximum. If I switch to this pickaxe, like you'll see I'll get 40 some odd, 44, right? So it'll increase the quality of the ore coming out of it above the vein quality, which is good, right? Because if you have 100 mining skill and you're hitting a 90 quality vein that can only give you at most 90 quality, well, now that vein will give you 99 quality. This will give you 10% more. So that's good. So at least they didn't nerf that. So Havana Games, you checked your guys' channel. Holy moly, the story about how you and your sister became twins? How do you become twins? That's intriguing me. I gotta go now to see. Hopefully you don't mind Havana Games. Okay. Let's make sure this keeps going because he's has sleep bonus on. Let me just. How do I do this? Okay, there we go. Let's just pause that for a second. Okay, let me bring this up. Okay, so here's Havana Games stream info. Hopefully this is giving you some exposure here. Let me see. We are heteropaternal super fecundation twins. That's a mouthful. Basically, our mom cheated on one of our dads with our other dad and got pregnant by both. Gave birth. What? Wait, what? That's wait, that's breaking my brain. Is that yeah. That's got to be super rare. I'm going to put this into Google. I want to see what it says. Whoa, I have this really big. Fertilization of two more ova from the same cycle by sperm from separate acts, which can lead to twin babies. In terms of drive ability to produce offspring. That's crazy. Half siblings. Okay. Yeah, I know. Trying to figure that out. Okay, so it is possible, it seems. Though while rare, can still occur through either complex single occurrence, separate occurrences, sexual intercourse, or through artificial insemination. Okay. Wow. That is pretty crazy. So do you guys stream Wurm often? 'Cause I definitely check that out. I've been more recently, but like you know, I tend to frequent people's streams and hang out. Okay, where was I? I was doing something with Xander. Yes, he was eating, and I'm bringing him to the other farm. And I brought. Did I bring crates? Good. It's gonna need some. I think it's ready to farm there. Yeah, Star Wars Galaxies back in the day has been one of my biggest gaming regrets. Yeah, I missed out on that one too. I was well into World of Warcraft. And also EverQuest. Like I kind of missed out on the Star Wars Galaxies. I had friends who were like super into it. They would talk to me all the time about it. I was just happy with my EverQuest. And when did Star Wars Galaxies end? When was that closed? Because I remember there was a few changes that were made to the game, and people hated it. Yeah. There goes my all-time favorite. Pre-CU. So that must be that update that everybody hated. The changes of allowing everybody to do Jedi easily is what upset people. Yes. That's what I remember. People who were Jedi, who went through the process of becoming a Jedi, were super upset that they made it so that everybody can become Jedi pretty easy. Oh, and permadeath. Right. It was the combat update and then the new game experience. Easy Jedis, I see. Both sucked. Yeah, I never really got into it, so I didn't really know to what extent the changes hurt the game, but from what I've heard, it wasn't good. I'm surprised I never played it because there was like a lot of there was a big period of time where we were trying to figure out what game to play after EverQuest, and you know, Brian went to Pantheon, not Pantheon. Brian went to Vanguard, as he likes to remind us every stream. I played Vanguard a little bit, couldn't get quite into it as he did. But you know, in hindsight, it might have had something to do with the fact that I picked Healer. And while I like the idea of Healer, I don't know if I like the experience of it in the long run. So it makes it a lot harder to do things on your own. Best crafting system ever. Okay, that's kind of tempting. Get into it. Owning houses and making cities on almost any planet was fun. Then there's living in space ability, where you can own multiple ships and decorate. And have friends on board stuff, do so, yeah. And the crafting system, yeah. Definitely felt like I missed out on it. I was never one to be a decorator, I think in any game that I played that had decoration, including this one. As you can see, as you may have seen, my place is like an utter mess. It does sound amazing. I mean, got to be prepared for like old school game, right? Like, when did that game come out? 2000, 2001, maybe? Two 2003. So it was released in 2003. Oh, can't bring out that one. Trying to see when did it end. Oh, oh! I heard the ding. Where is it? Okay. I actually have one more tick that I got before. Oh no! Did this go weeds? Super annoying. Super annoying. Because it's like... Yeah, super annoying. I don't know what to say. I think it was yesterday there was still some tiles not fully grown. And it's just really annoying that when the last one becomes ripe, some have already gone to weeds. So 2003 to 2010ish. The server in our video died out. Only like 10 player average on it now, but Star Wars Legends runs the same code, so it uses it instead. Yeah, SOTOR, I played that for... Although that game was pretty disappointing too. I mean, not it was fun, but disappointing in terms of it not... It didn't have much of an end game, first of all. It was... It didn't take long to get to max level. So Garrus, you're saying anybody could become a master weaponsmith or whatever, but crafting quality items took dedication. Your name as a quality crafter really mattered. That sounds like a dream game, you know? I mean, we're playing that dream, I think, and this game has something similar where you can make a name for yourself as the go-to person for such and such thing. Yeah, so that's almost exactly it. It was a fun single-player game. Finish the story and then stop playing. I mean, I did a bit of raiding. Nothing big, but it's like once you do all of the raids... I think there was... At the time that I was playing, it was like right near the beginning, and there was only 3 raids or something. Like 3... things. And it all felt instancy. Like that game felt really instancy. You know, that's one thing that I miss from the old school type of MMOs where things were just not as instance as they were. Or even if they were instance, it didn't feel like they were. It was like something in the game. You know, you come upon this massive temple in the side of a mountain in the open world, and sure, it has an entrance that has an instance, but it's like you're feeling like you're entering that temple that was in the world. Whereas SOTOR felt like you were in a hub, and you would just go over to this door that had this dungeon, and then you go over to that door and that had that dungeon. I don't know. Ah, the origin stories of where we were before Wurm. Yep. EQ dungeons were the best. And Dark Age of Camelot to a certain extent. Yeah, and those old MMOs sure did have a magic that has been so hard to find. Yeah, totally. They did to the storyline so many chapters now. Oh, hold on. Griffith is wasting his sleep bonus. So many chapters now, they're working on a new one, Legacy of the Sith, but there's only 5 servers now in SOTOR. So your tunes were matched together based on whatever server you were on previously. Yeah. Not sure if it's just the novelty of experiencing MMOs for the first time, but I do miss those feelings. Yes, it definitely had something to do with that. The very first experience of, you know, being in a world where there's other people that you can talk to and interact with and play with. That was a big draw. But I don't know if it was just that novelty, right? Because you go to any other single player game and it's not quite the same. It's like having those experiences where you need like several people to help complete something, and just the experience of working together to complete something that was challenging and hard. Where it stops becoming fun is when it becomes like rote. You know, like you're doing that raid for the 17th time and everybody just knows what they're doing. Like everybody knows exactly where to stand and exactly when to cast what, and it's just going through the motions. You're not trying to figure it out anymore. Everybody's figured it out. It's like that's when it starts losing its magic. But in those moments or those times where you're going into a raid for the first time and you're wiping left, right, and center, and you're trying to figure out as a group like what needs to be changed, like that's where the fun is. My assistant's town is triggering you? Oh, I'm sorry. Which one? Is it the high pitch or the low pitch? So I wonder if I can. The problem is that otherwise I don't hear when Griffith has stopped. Let me see. I will lower it. See if I can still hear it. And you let me know if it's a problem. Raids in WoW were fun in your opinion. In Wrath, yes. Wrath for sure was the heyday. Is it better now? Pergy? Okay, I see. It's like you use the same one. Uladar was fun. Yeah. Okay, I think everything is farmed now. Now I just need my scythe. Where's my scythe? Yeah, I liked Wrath raiding. That was fun. That was the last time I raided, I think. I didn't do any more after Wrath. I think I played the next expansion. I might have dungeoned in the next expansion, but it never got to the point where I was ready for raiding, and then I stopped. That was Cataclysm, I think. But I definitely had tons of fun raiding in Wrath, and also doing the raids in the previous one were also fun. What I can't wait for is Pantheon. Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. That's what I'm waiting for. And will probably be the next MMO that I try. I don't see any MMOs that are interesting me. I know New World is coming. I don't know. There's something about it that doesn't quite interest me enough to try it, I don't think. Nah, yeah, nah, I don't know. Yeah, no, not really. Mortal Online 2. I saw a bunch of Ashes of Creation content now that they are doing this beta. Um, Also not really interested. I know it's a faint hope. It is a faint hope. I totally. But what I've been seeing recently of their development is giving me more hope. You know, like it does feel like it's actually moving now. Hey, J Popper, the stream goes well. We went out to search for a champion creature, found one, and sacrificed it. And now my benediction journal is almost done. Hold on, sorry, I gotta go over to Griffith. I just need 7 more sermons, which is like pretty much there. So got my champion creature done. Super happy about that. Yeah, Pantheon's it is like one thing I really appreciate is the way that the developers are communicating with the community, though. I mean, they're releasing, I would have to say, 2 streams a month. They're 2 different kinds of streams, but one of them will always have the the guy in charge, Chris Joppa Perkins. He's always there on the developer stream, and then they have a VIP roundtable, which is like another guy. He brings in a bunch of the developers, and they just chat about specific mechanics and more detail-oriented stuff. And it does really feel like it's going to be released, at least. Like there was a period of time where there was a question about whether or not it's going to be released at all, but based on what I'm seeing now, it feels like it will for sure be released. Now the next question is, will it be what we want it to be? You know, will it be as large scale as they're promising it to be? Will it have all the things, you know, that will keep us engaged? Why did that end up being a pile instead of one of these things? Weird. Maybe oats is different. Just gonna mine a few more there. You're super happy your neighbor Draka is finally back in Wurm. Yeah, I saw Draka was streaming the other... Maybe it was a few days ago. That's awesome to hear that she's back. Hopefully we'll see more streams from her. But Pantheon is for sure still ways away. Like, we're most likely not going to see it in 2022. Although it would be amazing if we did, but I don't think it's ready for 2022. So we're probably thinking like early as 2023, where, and I don't think I'm going to do beta or anything like that. For an MMO, I don't think that joining a beta is something that I'm interested in doing. I'm going to wait for the full release. And they're talking about, like, currently they're in pre-alpha still, right? They're still in pre-alpha. And even though they said they were doing only one more pre-alpha and then they ran it, I think they're doing another pre-alpha, which is fine. Yeah, I hate MMO betas, just spoiling. Exactly, exactly that's how I'm feeling about it too. Like, you spoil the experience so that when you actually get your actual character, the one that you are actually going to play forever, it's like you're not playing it for the first time. Like, you're not discovering it, you're just going to go through the motions. Oh, Griffith was supposed to be mining. Since I turned it down now, I don't notice it as much. Get some stamina back here. And it wasn't just about you as a Wurm, as a player in Wurm. I remember you talking about doing labors for senior players, taking you under their wing, so to speak. And wasn't just about you. I mean, I definitely... That was how I started Wurm, right? Like, there were established players near the new area who were... They were specifically helping new players by giving them odd jobs and things like that. And that's how I started my Wurm. And it was awesome. Like, make a little bit of money. That was like a huge draw in this game, where you can make money in the game. And that will allow you to establish yourself in the game. And back then, with traders and the way that the traders worked, lots of people had lots of extra money to throw around. It's not quite the same anymore. How is your playtime divided between you south and north? So it's 100% north, 0% south. I haven't played on the southern servers since maybe a year before the Steam launch happened. And when I say play, I mean I haven't like logged in and done any progress on anything on my old character. So there was a period of time before the Steam launch where I was like gearing back up to getting back into the game, but anticipating the Steam launch, right? So I didn't want to make it. I wasn't playing my character. What I did was I rolled a brand new character and looked at, optimal ways to start out again, and how hard is it to get your skills to 20, and I was just looking at these sorts of things, playing around that way. But I haven't been on my old characters forever. Like, we went to Drogos and Tuxi's Impalong with our old characters, but we literally, like, that's all I did. I went to the Impalong, imped a couple things, participated in events, had fun, but we didn't do any progress or anything like that. And then optimal ways: get in a cave, start mining. That's actually, well, I mean, it depends on what you want, right? But when I say what I was referring to are things like getting yourself to the point where you can ride a horse. Like, what are we doing for that? But even more so, just beginning, like, brand new character, and you're going to strike out to start your own deed, you know. And one of the other things that was really important was getting a bed. Like, how quickly can one get a bed starting from nothing? And it's not like you're on an established server where you can ask people to borrow some cotton. You have to do it on your own. So what we discovered, or what we kind of knew already, was that if you forage while with a wound, so you have a wound and you forage, you have a higher chance of getting cotton. So that's what we did at the beginning. We before the Steam launch, when I did a bunch of experiments, like, how much foraging would it take to get enough cotton to make a bed for each of us and to start up a nice cotton field, that sort of thing. So it didn't take that long at all. So we would just injure ourselves, and we foraged and foraged until we had enough cotton. The bottleneck for bed, though, was getting the fur. And so, again, did a bunch of tests, like how much effort does it take to kill a bear from a fresh start? Turns out it takes a little bit of effort, because a brown bear will kill you as a new player, but a black bear is not so bad, and a wolf is not so bad either. So, but what we weren't expecting was that when the new server spawned, you couldn't get a wolf or bear to spawn. Like, there just were no wolves or bears anywhere. You used to do so much foraging for coins to pay for time, yeah. You can imagine two brothers looking at each other with a sword. Well, time to get cotton. Yeah. Honestly, the best way to get cotton at the beginning is just injure yourself, get a wound, and then just go foraging. You remember that? We had to sail to a spot way up north that seemed to have all the bears and wolves. Yeah, exactly. And to do that, you need to get a boat. So that was another thing that we decided early on, like before starting the Steam launch, was that the very first thing we're going to do is build a boat. Like, such a dumb decision, and we did that on the very first stream of the Steam launch. So the Steam launch happened, and we got invited to stream on Steam for the launch. So the Wurm team got a bunch of streamers to do this, so that, you know, the stream would be going on the Wurm Steam page. And that was a lot of fun. The one thing I really regret was that we didn't get to record it. Like, we streamed it, but we forgot that we normally rely on Twitch to record our streams, but Steam doesn't record, so we lost that stream. But I think in that stream we were building a boat. We might have got the big finish of that boat on the next stream that we did on Twitch, so that might have been saved. But yeah. I'm an idiot. And like, his Sleep bonus just got wasted. That's okay. That's okay. I gotta be better. Sorry, Pergy. I'm gonna have to turn up the Worm Assistant sounds because I need it to tell me. It's like gonna be a little bit of a pling thing, but like I purposely have one that's high pitched and one that's low pitched, so I know which one is which. But if I don't hear it, I just completely forget that I have another tune over there with sleep bonus on. But since the Steam launch started, like I couldn't get enough. There's something about this game, like the first 3 months. There's something about the first 3 months of this game that is just amazing. And at the end of that 3 months, there's like this divide. Like a lot of players drop off at that point because they did all the things that there is to do. They built their house, they built their deed, they got their farm, they farmed a whole bunch of times, they got their animals going, they got, you know, they figured out the major systems of the game. And then what happens at that point is you have to make a decision about what it is that you're going to be focusing the rest of your time on. Because whatever it is that you decide to do, it's going to be more of the same thing. Right? Like you've discovered all the major things, and now it's like I got to pick one of those things, and I'm going to do that same thing over and over and over and over and over again. And you could flip around, right? Like you can do a little bit of this and a little bit of that, but the problem is that you're never going to progress your character to be like that specialized thing unless you spend a lot of time on it. Like, for example, for me to get 90 mining here, I had to really make a decision. And there's a lot of times where it hurts to make the decision that I'm going to get my mining up. Because what it means is that you're mining at this obscenely slow speed on veins that give you metal that you might not even need. And it's specifically just to get this number to go up. And you're sacrificing the quality, so always the quality is going to be lower. And guess I'm onto the next big project type player. Yeah, so that's the other option, right? The other option is you focus on a project to do. And then when you're done that project, you focus on another project. So, Antic, I think the problem early on, too, is the game feels a bit like a survival game. The wilderness is so harsh as a new player. Then you get set up and the feeling of the game changes. Totally. That 100% totally happens. I honestly wish that the survival aspect of this game was a little harsher. I know it... that kind of sounds like crazy to some people, because at the beginning, when you're first starting out, the survival part is harsh. It's hard to get started in this game. But you're right, once you get started, or once you get established, I mean, like settled, then there's no more risk. And I totally understand that feeling. So it's no longer a... Whoops. It's no longer a survival game anymore at this point. Ugh. This is one of my gripes with the default action key. I honestly wish they fixed this, or changed the default action key so that it was a little bit more customizable. Yes, I could change the sound. Like, if the sound is bothering... I mean, let me see here. Where is it? It's in triggers. Let's do Griffiths. Edit. It's that sound. Okay, so I can change it to like any of these that I have here. Whoops. I can change it to that one. Doink. That's the other one. I mean, I could go download, ones as well. I don't want it to be high pitched. I don't know. How about a spring boing Windows style? Some like it harsher, pitch black in the beginning. Well, yeah, it's no longer pitch black. Real-time seasons and seasonal crops would be interesting. I mean, it'll be interesting, but it'll make things a lot. It's not harder, but a lot longer, right? So, let's say you're starting out and you want to get that cotton field going and the wemp field going for the ropes and the string. But if it's not cotton season, you're gonna have to wait maybe a month in real life before cotton season comes along and be there. Like, I don't know if that. Yeah, I'm not sure what it would take. I'm not sure what it would take. The real thing about Wurm and what I think has caused it a lot of the problems that are in it is that things are a lot less of a mystery now than they were when at least I first started playing. Like, there's an answer to many of your questions. Like, if you're a new player and you have a question, you type it into CA chat help. There's an answer to most questions now. Whereas when I first started, there was a lot of I don't know. There's a lot of not certain what the answer to the questions are. And then there was also a lot of misinformation, like things that people would say, but it didn't seem like it matched your experience, and that's because it wasn't true. There was a lot of that. Kind of wish you could make an NPC family and adopt kids. Somebody on the last week's stream was saying the same thing. I wish that you could get together with somebody and make a baby. But I think maybe you're just talking about like role playing, right? Oh, an NPC family. I see what you're saying. NPC family. Would you like a troll attack on your NPC on your conscious? Yeah. In the beginning, the CA helpers were just people that could search the Wikipedia well. Exactly. I mean, that's also what they are now as well, but they also usually are well versed in a lot of those forum posts, particularly the Wurm Unlimited data mining forum post. And if you're new to this game and have already, gotten the basic mechanics of the game down, if you're that type of person who's like you're 2 or 3 months in, so you're already got all the basics down, I highly recommend the Wurm Unlimited data mining forum post as a good read, because when Wurm Unlimited came out, all of a sudden people were able to look into the code and now answer questions more definitively, such as, like, how much does a horseshoe increase the speed of a horse, or what is the actual way that channeling affects cast, or how can you optimize for casting the best casts, or just any of those questions that were shrouded in mystery before were revealed on this forum post. And it just became like people asking questions, and mostly Syndusk, but a few others answering them by citing pockets of code and You know, it's just saying this is how it works. Yeah. And it became a really long thread. It just has a ton of information on it. So now, the game, because the game doesn't have that much mystery in it, like a player who's starting now, by the time they get to 2 months or 3 months in, it's like they know things that, you know, they know how to get the optimal gains out of things now. And so they'll do that. Like, that's what they'll do. They'll spend the time getting optimal gains for a little while, but there's for for many people, there's only so many times you can do the same thing over and over again before it stops becoming fun. Right? So, I mean, I am raking these fields and farming them and putting them in here probably for the, I don't know, like 60th time now. And I'm good to keep going. I'm good to keep collecting more and farming more. But there's some people who just, once you get to a certain point, after doing it so many times and collecting thousands upon thousands of stuff, and then you're just like, okay, what am I going to do? Collect another 10,000 of these things? And for what? Maybe to sell them for silver, only to do it again? I don't know. So for me, I think that what motivates me to keep playing is that I have overarching goals, right? So I'm not farming just for the sake of farming. I don't, or for the sake of silver either. Okay, so my overarching goals are never about silver or making money or making enough to make premium. Like, I'll pay for my premium usually. It's very rare that I'll put silver in to pay for premium. So I'm not worried too much about money. And because of that, I think that money just comes in naturally. Because I'm not focused on money, but I'm focused on other things, then the money just naturally comes in. Simply because the other things that I'm focused on are valuable, right? Like, I mean, my blacksmithing is pretty valuable. Not terribly valuable, but it's like valuable enough that when combined with my Vin Priest, if needed, I can sell some things. You'd be interested to know how much less likely it is to get a moment of inspiration when imping something versus a non-imping action. I can actually tell you the answer to that based on the Wurm Unlimited data mining host, because you can read all the information about moments of inspiration, exactly how it works, based on the code, and you'll have people citing the code that does it. It's actually not that hard to predict moments of inspiration. The way that moments of inspiration does, the way that it works is that every second there is a chance for a moment of inspiration. Every second. And that chance is exactly 1 in 3,600. 1 in 3,600 chance that in this second I get a moment of inspiration. Okay, it's actually not you. It's not that you get a moment of inspiration. You get the window, the rare window opens. Okay, so there's like a distinction. There's a rare window, which is just a period of time in which, if you conduct an action in that window of time, you will get a moment of inspiration. That window opens once. Sorry, that's not true. That's not what I meant to say. It's that every second that passes, there's a chance, a 1 in 3,600 chance that a window will open. Now, there is definitely a difference between imping and gathering, though. But that happens once you have got the rare chance, the green halo around you. Right? So if you perform an action during that window, and the window lasts 20 seconds. There's ways to increase that window, but let's say you're like me and you're on the base 20 seconds. So if you perform an action in that window, you will get a rare chance. Now, depending on what you're doing, the outcome will be different. So for example, I'm mining, right? So when you're mining or gathering or farming or picking or grabbing something, that is, you're doing something where you're taking something from the environment and putting it into your inventory. So like you're creating something, not necessarily into your inventory, but on the ground, like you're digging or any of those gathering skills, then you will 100% get a rare. 100% if you start the action during the window. Okay, so that's why you never see the situation where you get a moment of inspiration on a mining action and it didn't turn out rare. Like, it is always going to be rare because of that. Okay, so it's 100%. If you are now that, like, there's like a ton of different scenarios for making rare items, but if you're in that situation, this specific situation where you are creating an item by combining two items together. Okay, now this is not where you're creating an unfinished item that you have to continue afterwards, so it doesn't apply there. It only applies for if I take two items, put them together, and it creates the finished item. So like a pickaxe head and a shaft, for example. Or it also works if you're like creating an item like a nail, right? So you have a lump and an anvil and you like one action creates the item. So anytime where one action creates a finished product, if you have a moment of inspiration, then it's a 50% chance it'll be rare. 50% chance. And I think it's a 5% chance within that 50. So it's like 50% chance that you will actually get something good out of it. 45% it's a rare, and 5% it's like either supreme or fantastic. But supreme is like 5% compared to. So you'll get, for every 10 rares, you'll get a supreme on average. Fantastic's so small that it's not even worth talking about. It's like 1 in a million that it'll be fantastic or something like close to there. But yeah, those are the easiest ways to get rare. If you're improving, if you're imping something, it's only a 20% chance. So that you still have the same chance to get a moment of inspiration and a rare roll when you're improving. It's just that the chance that an outcome is going to be rare is only 20% chance. So 1 in 5. So that's why people would suggest not to improve if you're trying to get rare items. It's much better to be creating. And then they made a change recently where if you create a rare pickaxe head, let's say I just create a rare pickaxe head, and I combine that pickaxe head with a shaft, it will transfer the rarity to the final pickaxe. So it seems like the best way to create a rare pickaxe or a rare hammer or a rare tool like this would be to just create pickaxe heads over and over and over again until you start the action during the rare window and hope that you flip the coin. It's a 50-50 chance it'll be rare. And so what some people do, this is how you really make rares, is you create alts, like tons of alts. I think Oblivion Reaver was putting this on his post not too long ago. And he said his method is he creates 9 alts. He has 9 alts, and then you just every 20, well, see what he does is he increases the wear window up to, it goes up to a maximum of 30 seconds. So he increases the rare window up to 30 seconds, and then every 25 seconds, so he has a timer that dings every 25 seconds, every one of his characters starts the action to create a pickaxe head, let's say. And then the timer happens, and he just scans through everybody, make up another pickaxe head. And if you do that, you will get approximately 4 rares per hour with 9 or 10 tunes. Let's say 10 tunes, you'll get on average 5 rares per hour. On average. Sometimes it'll be less than 5, sometimes it'll be more than 5. Now that's assuming optimal conditions. That's assuming you didn't miss a beat. It is also assuming that you didn't fail any actions. And it's also assuming that what's the other assumption? So you didn't fail an action, because unfortunately, if you fail an action during a moment of inspiration, it's 100% you did not get a rare. Yeah. I can't remember if there's another condition, but you're trying to optimize everything, so you make sure that all your tunes have good enough skill that you're not going to fail, and you don't skip a beat. Every 25 seconds on the dot, you start a new action. If you do this with one character, on average, you will get 1 rare every hour. Which isn't bad. 1 rare every hour? And every 10th hour, you should expect a supreme. Like, this is what people do. Like, you see people on the forums, and they're selling all these rare items, and you're like, well, how'd you get all those rare items? This is what they're doing. And Toasty, you're saying exactly my sentiments. You think it kind of sucks that we know all the details now. Like the mystery, you like the mystery over the years, just your opinion. I totally agree. It's like once you know all these details, it's not as fun anymore, right? Like watching these people pump out rares for profit because they know how to game the system is just kind of, I don't know. It was better than when we had no idea, and that the rares would just come spontaneously, and we'd all be like, wow, another rare. And we thought it was just the Wurm gods imparting a rare on us. Mystery is good, but not the way Rolf implemented it. He left people guessing about everything, and so many myths perpetrated over the years got busted when Unlimited made server code public. Right, but I think that it was because of the way that he did it, where everything was so random, and that the systems were so intricate, that's actually what made the mystery better. Right? It was actually good that people were misinterpreting the outcome, because what it did was it made people run experiments, and results conflicted with each other, right? So like, I don't know. No need to run experiments anymore is what I'm mostly sad about. You can't run an experiment to get a result, because that same result could be just looked at. You could just look in the code and see the answer, and that's what people are doing. Isn't it 1 rare every 2 hours with 1 tune because it's 50-50 chance? Yeah. Oh yes, that's right. 1 rare every 2 hours. That is right. Because it is a 50-50 chance. Agreed. Felt like a fantasy life simulator before. Now it feels like a game of knowing everything. The myths were cool in my opinion. Yeah. Jokingly, you're concerned with CERN doing that with us in this world. Yeah, but that's the thing. It's what makes the mystery greater. It's exactly the situation that we're in real life. And there's times where it almost feels like there's a Rolf messing with us in the real world. Just think about the crafting window. You now have a recipe button that you can just see what combined with what to get something. Back in the day, this was unheard of. You just had to activate a thing and keep right-clicking on other things to see what trigger create. only up to a point though, because there was the Wurmpedia. By the time I started, I didn't have to do that you're describing. I didn't have to guess. Everything was on the Wurmpedia, so I would just, if I wanted to know how to make something, I would just look it up. But I could just imagine those people who just right off at the beginning, before Wurmpedia was like well populated, that must have been a fun time where people were trying to figure it all out. And you got to remember, it took a long time for the servers to develop to the point where people were making even 70 or 80 quality tools. It's not the same now, where like the Steam launch happened, and within a month or two, you're seeing 90 quality items. Like, it was like nothing like that at the beginning of Wurm. There was long periods of time where 70 quality stuff was still valuable, and that lasted a long time. And people figured out optimal ways to start grinding things. Once you figure out optimal ways to grind things, and then getting to the 90 is not as bad. But remember, that requires Circle of Cunning tools, which required priests, and it took forever to figure out priests. You know, like how to reliably get high casts as a priest was not something that was easily done at the beginning. Yeah, what Wurmpedia became. I mean, Wurmpedia is what it is. It hasn't changed much since I started. And I started this game 9 years ago. Yeah, notepads, yeah. I don't know what it was like before Wurmpedia. When the huge avatars could be cared for, yeah. Making a bunch of things unable to fail creation helped a lot. Yeah, I agree with that change. I mean, a lot of old players will reminisce about the times when failing an action, failing a combine action meant the item was destroyed. Like destroyed, like completely destroyed. And it yeah, there was a time when any item that you created always came out unfinished. So I take a pickaxe head and a shaft, pop it together. If I fail the action, I lose everything. If I succeed the action, it becomes an unfinished pickaxe. And the way to finish it is to improve it. So you would just like start, hammering it and using your lumps and stuff, and you'd improve and improve and improve, and you have to improve a whole bunch of times before it poofs into a real pickaxe. But this caused like weird things to happen. Like, for example, let's say you're a brand new character, so you don't yet have a hammer. And so you put a hammerhead and a shaft together and finally get one to go together, and then you'll need to improve that in order to make it into an actual hammer. But in order to improve it, you need a hammer to improve it. So if you were unlucky to get a hammer to show up, because, like it'll be a lump and then it'll be a whetstone, and then if it became a hammer, well, then you basically have to start again. You have to go back to making a hammer and a shaft, and you put that together again, and you improve that. And if it again calls for a hammer, then you're screwed again. Oh, thanks for the follow, Ivana. Yeah, and that was an annoying process. Oh, okay, I see. And all the screenshots came on the forums. Yeah. I didn't know that the huge avatars could be cared for. That'd be interesting. it just means that they never die, right? Probably need to refuel this forge soon. See, I already got 0.16 mining here. And I'm anticipating that this mine is going to poof soon. This vein is going to poof. I only have 6 minutes of sleep bonus. I think I will eat another powder after this. Let's... Juicy poofy. Yep, it's coming. It's coming. I'm going to say it will poof when what's in the bin plus what's in the other two piles adds up to 2,200. Yeah, 2,200. So it's getting there. It's getting close. Yeah, I can only imagine what it was like before Wurmpedia. It was, yeah, everybody was comparing notes, I'm sure. That would have been the most fun. I don't. I've watched streamers that do that, the stream raiders. But nah, I'm not interested really. I know it's fun for some people who are, you know, engaged in that. But I'd rather focus on playing the game. Playing this game. Okay, let me see here. I think, let me just make sure here. This title here, angelic title, increases max faith gains per day. Right? And that makes it so that I can get 6 increases. Yeah, streamers hasn't tickled your fancy either. I mean, I actually enjoyed playing it. I like the... It reminded me of more of like a... It felt like a passive, like, Clash Royale sort of thing. Where the streamer themselves is like sort of like commanding the whole thing, but each individual viewer is able to like place their troops wherever. It seemed interesting. I liked the collection aspect of the, you know, you're collecting to upgrade your guys, and that was kind of fun. But I don't know. I honestly thought it was going to become bigger than it did. I know some people are still playing it, but there was like this huge hype at the beginning where you'd see streamers playing it all the time, and then it's kind of dropped off. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. So where are we at? So this is, so combine this together is probably at the 2,000 mark now. Right? We got 1942 in the bin. We got 28 in here and 32 in here, so about to be 32. So these two together make 60. So yeah, we're at the 2,000 mark. So at the 2,100 mark, I'll prospect to see if we're within 100. I'll keep an eye on it from there. Oh, there's one more thing I need to do with this guy. Hey, Chef Pee-wee. The Eternal Wurm Miner. Yep. Yep. And I finally got my mining to 90, which is a huge milestone. Now it's the slow grind. the rest of the way. Not that it wasn't slow to begin with, but glad it dropped off. It was always annoying enjoying a streamer's content to be interrupted by the completely different thing. Yeah. Yeah. There is that, especially if you're not into playing Stream Raiders. You got 90 prayer yesterday. Nice. I'm curious to know, have you been finding that you're getting higher quality gems? Or getting more gems? At 90, let's say, compared to 70? Because I honestly felt like I haven't seen an increase in the number of gems. Mixing Minecraft and Wurm sounds tracked. So nice. Yeah, the problem you had with it too, it was hugely disrupting to the flow of the stream, also a bit gimmicky. Yeah, that's probably what you're saying, Casper, is the main reason why I probably don't put it on. It distracts the flow. It does feel a little gimmicky. Max 20 quality, probably more gems, yes. Okay. Yeah. I was curious. I wonder also if alter quality has an effect on gem output. Oh, I put on the skill tree. This still bugs me. It happens to me every single time where I'll change my skill tracker to add something, but then I will forget to right click here and save it, and then it's gone the next time. Like, it's completely wrong. Good idea. You can test. Oh yeah, the increasing the quality of the altar. Yeah, there must be some way to increase the rate, because it's pretty. I was expecting that when I got to 70 prayer, that I would, by that point, I'm seeing more gems more frequently, but I didn't feel it. I didn't feel that way. Using a 5 quality golden altar now, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, the prayer gains, there isn't a benefit. Like, you don't get more prayer skill for a higher quality. Just curious to know, like, what, because there's other things that you know. There's like the iron coins, and then there's also salt and flint. You get lots of flint from praying. Okay. And where are you playing now, Chef Pee Wee? Are you playing on Chaos? Where's your main release? Okay. Right, release. The past 3 years. Was that around the time? Did you go over there around the time that Brian and I did that release? We were over there for a little bit with our characters. We did the whole, like, drop all of our gear and do a start over. That was one of the last things that we did on those tunes. We dropped all of our gear. We picked release as a server. We got teleported there to a random spot and did a whole start over. And then I think right after, like, because at the same time, Buddha was trying to think of ways to do this start over thing for everybody else, and he eventually came up with the idea of Jackal as a start over sort of server experience. And so we kind of misaligned on that. Like, it would have been really nice to do the start over adventure stream on Jackal. But by the time that Jackal came out, we were back on break again. Just can't remember when that was. That was a while ago. It's a long while ago. What was I doing here? Picking. So I decided, now that I've basically finished the prayer grind, and then I'm going to go on to the channel grind. Like I need something else that Xander can do, and I figure gardening is something I need. So I figure I'll just start the gardening stuff with him. So when you left Kayak Chaos, you chose Release just by looking over the maps, and you liked the spot on the map and went for it. Yeah. Release is a nice server. I really like that server. When they opened Pristine and Release for the first time, I created a new character. I even premiumed it up. I'm sure that he's still there. He's over on Release. And I found a nice spot, planted a small little deed, played there for a bit. Where is it? Release. I don't remember where it was. It was probably right on this little circular bit, though I don't remember exactly where it was. But it was facing inwards, but on the water. It was on this circle bit somewhere. Whoops, it's here. You hope they revive Jackal someday. Did you play on Jackal when it was open? You're in that area too? I like the shape of the mountain. Yeah. Yeah, it's really nice. Ooh, I feel like I made a hotkey to get rid of the outline. What was it? Yeah, there it is. Ooh, that makes it so much nicer. Like, you can still pick the thing you want to pick, as long as your eye is on the right spot on the tooltip. And then you don't get the flashing look on it. What did I do to make it come back? Yeah, there it is. Okay, so it's Control. I used Control Z. I'll do it on this one too. I find that you don't really need the outline unless you're doing something with either modifying the terrain. As long as you're not modifying the terrain, you don't need the outline, really. Or maybe building. Sometimes when you're building, you need to know exactly where the tile border is. You know, like if I'm building a fence, for example, you kind of need to know where that fence can go. So you did it in a short time. Too many things to do on Xanadu, but you liked it. To start from zero with crude tools, it was fun. Pelts became a problem. Yep. Although nowadays you start with a pelt, right? Did they start us with pelts when the Steam launch happened? Like, was that shortly before that? I don't remember when they added pelts to the newbie gear. Yeah, pelts were in with the Steam launch. Yeah, so relatively recent. Oh, I picked Sage. I'm gonna have to go back to the Sage. I must say, my mine is going up pretty decently at this pickaxe quality. 14 with 10 damage. 11 damage. So that's like effective quality 13-ish. 12 to 13. Let's repair that before I lose another one. I keep destroying my tools. It's really annoying. Fire is starting to fade. Yeah, I think I started picking this one, but I didn't finish it. It's this one. Sage. But yeah, I needed another thing to really like focus my skilling up on with Xander. So I think gardening will be next. I want to get my gardening up so that the herbs that I use in my pizzas are much higher. Will I be intending the summer Impelong on Pristine? It's hard to go to these Impelongs that are on Southern Feeder Miles because I don't play there. It doesn't feel the same. You know, when I went to Drogos and Tuxie's Impelong, and I had a good time, but because I was playing on my old character, I didn't feel the drive to skill up or to get anything. You know, like I know that like prizes and things like that are all going to be on that character and not on the one that I'm actually playing. So there's a lot. It's hard to motivate oneself to go to an event where all of the benefits, such as getting, working on your skill. I mean, the reason why I went to the one there at Tuxedos and Drogos is to socialize, to like have fun and to hang out with people, which is a lot of what Impelongs are about. But when you remove the participating in a lot of the stuff that is happening, then it's not as fun, I think. And Cats, you have the exact same thing. Wonder if anybody's planning an Impelong on the new servers. And yes, that's what I was going to go into next. There is a planned Impelong on the new servers now. So on August 7th, it'll be 3 years following Cats. Crazy. Yeah, you understand the downside of the separate servers. Yeah. I mean, maybe one day they'll connect the servers. That'll happen at some point, I'm sure. If I had to guess, put my money on when they're going to connect the servers, my guess would be within a year now. Within a year, the servers will probably be connected. I don't know if that's a good thing. I honestly don't know. Like, there's certain group of people who are playing Wurm, very small percentage, I'd say now, who started when Pristine and Release were released, and because of those servers opening, that's what got them into Wurm. So if you were a brand new player to Wurm Online when the server Pristine and Release were opened, and then continued playing long enough to see and experience the server connection, I think those people will have really good insight into the effect that the connection had on not only their outlook of the game or the gameplay or their experience. Like, all of a sudden they will now have experienced really low prices, which is a double-edged sword, because it's nice to have low prices when you're going to go buy something, but if you're the type of person who is trying to make money to pay for your premium, it's going to be bad. It's going to be really bad. All of a sudden, something that would have sold for 1 silver now is selling for 10 copper. Yeah, and there is an Impelong schedule on NFI. It is in the town square on the forums. It's Rogue's Cathedral, which is a place I stumbled on when I went on that hunting trip not too long ago. One of the recent streams, not recent, but before my break, there was a stream I did with it. I just went over to Cadence and did a hunting. I was looking for leather and that sort of stuff, and I stumbled upon Rogue's Cathedral, cathedral, and I was pronouncing it in the stream. I was pronouncing it as Rouge Cathedral. But it was actually Rogue's Cathedral. Oh, you live by there on Cadence. Okay. Creeper finger guns. So the guy who owns that place, I think his name is Rogue, coincidentally enough, and I think he's holding an Impalong in October. It's going to be a Halloween Impalong, I think. So Revnik, they should just have meteors destroy all the servers, compensate people for the time spent, silver bot, and start completely over with one big Xanadu server and nothing else. As much as I would be upset, land rushes rule. We don't need to add servers. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder what would happen. That would be like a crazy experiment if the devs were to do that, to run. Like that would be like risking suicide for the game, but it's possible. It is possible. On the other side of that experience, the game gets better. But I think connected to what we were talking about just not too long ago about how the knowledge about how the game works has really changed the way that server openings are experienced. Right now that everybody knows the ins and outs and the intricacies of how to level up and what is the optimal thing to do and that sort of stuff, it honestly does not take long for a server to go from being brand new to being, you know, like it'll to get to 99 channeling now. If there's somebody who starts fresh tune on a fresh server with no extra resources, like there's not people helping them because there's no, like everybody's at level 1, to go from that spot to 99 channeling is like 2 months, not even now, right? So like I don't know, it's yeah, and to get to, and also 99 weaponsmithing's probably 3 months or 4 months. It's not the way it used to be, that's for sure. Yeah, destroy my deed, I quit. No freaking way. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. These destruction ideas are dumb. I certainly quit Wurm then. Yeah, exactly. Right? So what's going to end up happening is you're going to lose a lot of players, right? A lot of people who... There's going to be a lot of problems with that. And then it would be a matter of like looking at it completely objectively from the game dev's perspective. Like they would be thinking, could they grow the game larger than what they have now by doing this, knowing that they're going to lose a bunch of people who play the game? I don't think it would work. Yeah. Creepy Finger Guns is agreeing. Chef Pee Wee Wormageddon 2.0. Yeah. I mean, it worked when that happened, when Wormageddon happened. It was an accident, but it worked to increase the population of the game. But you gotta remember, back then it was like really early. And the game was very not well known. And not many people played. We all say we would quit, but we won't. There's nothing like this game. The excitement will get us. As I said on NFI after playing on Indie for a decade. Like personally, I'm not the type of person to get too attached to things in the game. But I know most people are. Most people are. I unfortunately, like I feel bad that I lost Autumn Twilight, but I don't think too much about it. It would be nice to have Autumn Twilight still, but Xanadu is crap with the constant action lag. I never really felt the action lag on Xanadu. I played there for a long time. At the beginning there was, but then they got rid of it, I feel. I mean, like, look at this lag. Like, you see the refresh. When I right click underneath the stop, you'll see a refresh bar, right? Every server has that, right? Every server has the little bit of lag. So Revnik, you're saying all you're saying is you need something radical. Wurm is right back where it was before Steam, if not worse. And Absorbic, you're saying it is worse and it's not coming back. I mean, the game devs could add stuff to the game. Wurm will always be a niche game. It was hoping on a few hundred more to stay after the Steam release, though. I feel like it's better now compared to before the Steam release. You're right, not by much, though. I tried to get my friends starting playing again, and they asked what has changed since they left, and I was like, animals are different now? Yeah. Okay. What do they make seeds like Minecraft? Yeah. It can't be like Minecraft because Minecraft's not really a MMO. It's server based, right? Like Wurm is based around the idea of persistent servers that will never go away. So Periju saying you'd argue it's worse than it was before Steam launch because you only get one Steam launch. Here's the thing. It's better in this way. So you know how we all have this sense that once you've played Wurm, there's a decent percent chance that you'll come back to the game, right? So like all those people who played Steam at the beginning, played Wurm at the beginning of the Steam launch, and then they subsequently stopped playing, a certain percentage of those will come back, right? And re-premium and put upkeep into their deed and play some more, and then maybe take a break. Like there's a certain percentage of people who do that. So what the Steam launch did is it got a whole bunch of new players into the game that had never heard of Wurm before. And then we went through that cycle of them playing, the servers developed, they quit. But like there's going to come a point where a certain percentage of those players come back and re-premium, right? So in the business sense, in the money-making sense, the Steam launch still is going to pay off. Because you now have a larger pool of players for whom would potentially pay premium again. And it's not necessarily about the /who number. This number, the 641 people, 641 playing, that's like the number of avatars currently in the game right at the moment. But that number does not show the current number of premium players, nor does it show the number of premium players that are paying premium right now. Like how many players paid for premium today, or how many people bought something off of the store today, and then how many are buying off the store tomorrow, right? We don't get to see those numbers, like the amount of money going in on a daily basis. And that's the number that is important for the longevity of the game. Like to ask the question whether the game's going to be around 10 years from now, it's like has nothing to do with this number. So like like the population data so far thread that's on the forums. This is the number they're using. They're using this number right here, the total number of active players on currently right now, including alts and all. That's the number they're using. And what they're doing is they're using personal data, right? So like one person is basically pinging this number and then recording that today, and then tomorrow they'll do the same thing, and then the next day they'll do the same thing. They're just recording it in a spreadsheet or whatever it is they're doing. So there's lots of problems with that because that number there only shows how many people are currently in the game at the moment. And if I did that at midnight, my time, and I do that now, it's going to show a different number, obviously. So it depends on the time of day. It depends on what time zone that person's in. But it also, I feel like that number doesn't really indicate how much money the game is making. Okay, so what if they open new lands and enticed you to move, giving you a deadline on when the current servers go away? That way it isn't a total loss, just spitballing. We were all fragmented and a few hundred are playing on a bunch of servers, yeah. I mean, I think that's what... I mean, minus the giving you a deadline that the old servers are going away, that's what the Steam launch was. It was an enticement to come over and play fresh. It's about double the population compared to before, even now in summer. Yeah, that's where I would say that number 641. That number is like double what it was before. And if you look at the premium, the current premium numbers, that number is higher than what it was before the launch too. It was dipping into the low 2000s before the launch, and I think they're up in the 5000s now. Wurm got weird when players started becoming deities. Glad they removed it. So am I. I wish they figured out a way to keep the deity thing, but to not have the crazy number of different priests and the way that the spell lists work. God, that's so dumb. Like, make it a deity in what's the word, in name only. Like, what's there's a word for that. Okay, so I am going to prospect here. You mean the unique logins as reported by yeah, the unique logins. Steam charts also show just active players, don't they? Okay, what did it say? The ore will run out soon. Okay, so it's still over 100. Okay, let's look at the Steam charts. So Steam charts is right, but you're looking at it from October. You know, like this is pre-October. I wonder, is there a way to... Okay, well, it's not showing exact values before this at some point. This is about where you see the end of the exact values. This last little bit, you see a decline. Like just this area here, maybe. But it's like, I guess it is like on average declining. But in this middle area, you're fluctuating above and below that horizontal line there. I wish you could make it taller, this chart. Not so skinny. It is declining, like these numbers are declining. It's active players. Yeah. I mean, show me a game. Show me a game that's been even like after a year. Show me any game after a year that doesn't look like this. That looks like increase at a year mark of release. And this is like a game from early 2000s, right? And so the unique logins as reported by MRTG. So that's let me see if I can find this. Huh. I noticed they got rid of... It looks like they got rid of premium from this list. Let's look at this one. Nope. That doesn't work the same as the money. I wish they had an all servers, but an all servers place. They have the all servers for banks. Although this graph's busted, right? This graph doesn't work. It's like the number is clearly above 2,000 myrons. And so it just sticks at the maximum. That's really silly. You don't want to spam you with chart links. There's plenty of games with fluctuations, but not steady, continuous decline in less than a year. Here, let's see what's this one. Wurm Online, weekly unique login count graph. I mean, looking at this graph doesn't look too bad. I mean, the decline is very slight. But these are logins, right? Like, I can log out and log in, and that adds an extra login. So I don't know. I think that Wurm Online hides quite a bit of their graphs now. There used to be a graph that showed total premium count, total premium numbers, and I think that that's really one of the only graphs that can tell you the health of the game. Right? Like if there was data telling you how many characters lost premium in a month versus how many gained premium. I mean, I could guess as to what I would see on that graph. I would guess that that number is going down. Like it's not going in the positive direction, I'm sure. That there's people dropping premium. But I think people would be surprised to see the number of people paying premium each month. And then those how many resub, yeah. So maybe look for total play length per character per day. Total play length per character per day? I don't think we have that information either. Right, this is really the best information that we have is this page. And the problem with it is that it's all separated by server, so you can only see the information per server. One might have hoped that they have a total, but they don't. Okay, let's put this away. So Star Trek Online started on 2,800 players in 2012 and sits at 1,900 today after 8 years. That chart is a wild ride. Right. I mean, doesn't sound too far off from Wurm in terms of numbers. Wild ride. I mean, when I started, the numbers were low. It was not uncommon. Like, let's think. Back then, there was Independence, Delhi, and Exodus, and Chaos. Those were the servers at the time when I started. Right? Independent. Oh, and Epic was there. Or just starting up. Epic had just started. And the numbers at that time, like playing on Wurm all together, was under 1,000 for sure. It's definitely under 1,000. Might have been 800 or 700 or something. would be like the number that's showing 600 right now. That number would be like a little bit higher, but not, I don't think it was 1,000. And then we started seeing the population grow. Like the population started growing around that time. More servers opened up. It became a point where it wasn't uncommon to see over 100 people on Deliverance log in. You know, it would hover like in the high 80s, 90s, and like sometimes you'd have 100 or more. And then it started growing, especially around when Xanadu opened up. And Xanadu itself would have like 500 people on it, or possibly high hundreds at any given time. And you would see this total people playing Wurm is like safely in the 1,000, between 1,000 and 2,000. And I would say that around that time was like the heyday for Wurm. Like that's when like the population was the highest. I don't know what the premium numbers were, like how many were premium, but you would constantly come in and see over 1,000 people playing Wurm at any given time. But that's as good as it got, I feel. And then numbers started declining, and it went below 1,000, and then it was like dropping right before the Steam launch. Like if you looked 5 months before the Steam launch happened at the number of people online, it was like 300, maybe 400, something like that. Steam launch hit, and all of a sudden the numbers were up in the high 1,000s. Like this was higher than I feel like I've ever seen numbers inside in Wurm at any given time. Like I think there was one day and it was like I don't know if you, what do you guys remember? What were the, on a /who, this number that now says 646 totally in Wurm? Like I feel like I remember seeing that number at like 1,800 at one point after the Steam launch. Am I remembering this incorrectly? Over 2,000. Okay. So I wasn't remembering this incorrectly. So yeah, this number got to like 2,000, which is the highest number I've ever seen. Like I've never seen over 2,000 people playing Wurm at the same time. Right, 2,500, exactly. That's the highest it's ever been, ever. So, like, it would be incorrect to say the Steam launch was a failure, because it brought in more people into Wurm than has ever been in Wurm ever before. I mean, what we can argue is a failure is the fact that the game just did not hold everybody the way that we would want it to have. It was terribly laggy. They fixed a lot of the lag very quickly, and not quickly enough for a lot of people, but it was quick. Relatively quickly, they fixed the lag. I remember that first week was terrible, but maybe it was a week of terrible lag, and then it was all better. The churn rate is that. I mean, we all knew it, though. Like, who wasn't going to predict that 80% of the people who jumped in on that first day was not going to be there a month later? Like, that's... I mean, a lot of games are like that already, and Wurm is just one of those games that has the unfortunate thing where it like caters to the small group of niche players. That site says all-time peak on just Steam was 1,200. Yeah, right. And Steam is like only a small percentage of the population, right? I mean, a lot of the new players were getting advice to start on the Wurm client, right? Like to start on the standalone client. Right? So there's a lot of people who understand that Steam takes a cut and that... So I stayed on the Wurm client, and I know a lot of people did, especially those who were playing on the standalone client before. Oh, yeah, not much. We're just talking about worm numbers, like the population. And I'm just reminding people that the Steam launch saw numbers that we had never seen before in Worm. Like there was just the most amount of people playing right after that Steam launch than ever before. And the game probably made more money than it has ever made before in those first few months after the Steam launch between premium and silver. Right? Like before that, the next most amount of money it would probably made was when they released Pristine and Release. Like those new server launches are where all the money is at because people have no silver. Like there's zero silver in circulation. And the server encourages people to buy silver. And that's where Wurm is making most of its money. It's not on premium. Well, premium makes a good amount of money, but it's the silver. Like look at how much silver is in the economy on the new servers. It's the reason why the prices of everything is so high still on the new servers is a testament to how much silver is in circulation. Right? People are willing to spend a certain amount of silver for something because they have that much extra silver in their bank. Like if I'm sitting on 800 silver, what's 4 silver to me? Like I can pay 4 silver for a 90 quality imp. No problem. It's not the same way on the old servers. There's not as much silver because the people who are on the old servers, I mean, there's going to be some people who pay a little, buy a little bit of silver here and there to keep their upkeep going. But it's not like it was. At the beginning of this server, there were people buying hundreds of silver at a time over again, like, and just flooding the market with tons and tons of money. And then those same people would stop playing after a month, right? So they'd buy a whole bunch of silver, they'd spend all their silver on all this stuff, they collect all this stuff, and then they don't know what to do with it, and then they end, and all that silver is now circulating in the economy. So Toasty, you've been working on your own game based on Wurm and Unity for the past few years. Unity handles terrain modifications fine. Nice. That's awesome. Is it like an MMO? Or is it just a single player sort of experience? And Creepy Finger Guns, you regret making your account on Steam and really hope they let us transfer at some point. I mean, it's not terrible on Steam. It's not. You don't get any different. From the user perspective, there's no difference. It's only that Steam takes 20% cut from the company, that's all. And you really enjoyed the Steam client, actually. There's been many times that the Steam login servers are down. Interesting. I didn't know that. We just watched that video earlier where it was doing awesome train mods. Oh, yeah. On Unity 5. Not Unity. Unreal. We were looking at Unreal. You just love how the way you don't have to worry about passwords and how easy it is to use the shop. I mean, in the original client, you just put in the password. I see what you're saying. Yeah, you don't have to remember the passwords, but I just get the client or the launcher to save my passwords. Some people sync silver with the premium at the token scam. What's the token scam? Sync the silver with the premium at the token scam. I don't know what you're talking about, Pergy. What is that? The token scam. So you're going to be doing the Wurm single server thing, not the unlimited model. An MMO. Interesting. And you're doing this all by yourself? Like your own, it's just sort of like a side project thing that you're doing? Oh, I see. That's not, yeah. I see what you mean by it's a scam, but yeah. That's one way to get silver out of this thing, right? Which is another reason why maybe even premium numbers isn't an indication, because a lot of people pay their silver. But the thing you have to remember is that every silver in the game was purchased from the shop. Even that silver that you forge out of the ground and it comes into your inventory, that silver came from the shop. and it's just cycling through the systems in the game, sort of, so that King's Coffers gets a percentage of the upkeep, right? So every month, upkeep gets collected from every deed, like that upkeep's coming in. It's like a sink for the game, but then percentage of that goes back into the coffers, the King's Coffers, which allows people to then forage and get money through rare coins. And there's a bunch of different pools now. Like they separated the pools. So like the pool for I don't even know what I'm doing with Xander. The pool for prayer, like if I pray and get like these irons, that's a different pool, but it's coming from a similar place. And the fact that there's just so much silver out there in the economy on the new servers, it's obscene. There's so much silver because there was so many people playing at the beginning, and now there's so few people playing now. A lot of that silver got eaten up by the big people, the people making money, and so there's just so much silver. It's crazy, which is why you see the prices the way they are. Like I was looking into like how much would it cost to buy a Drake set, for example, on the new servers. And you're looking at like 500 silver or more for a Drake set or something like this. Okay, so it's just you making this game. Some help from people at times. The differences from Wurm are going to be mostly user experience stuff, like better UI, better interaction, but I want it to be slow, just like Wurm. It takes a very long time to build stuff, to do stuff. Sense of completion when you finally build your house. Nice. I am interested. 3 years of development on this thing. You bought like 3 gold because make it rain. Yeah. Yeah. And you're not the only one, Revnik. There were tons of people who bought tons of gold at the beginning. Especially since, this is touted as an economy-based game. Like a lot of people came in for the economy, bought in big time. That way they can buy a whole bunch of stuff. They have a buying power. It is something like a pay to win in that regard. And hey, making treason. Large ground tiles are smaller. Oh, you're asking Toasty? Didn't Life is Feudal have smaller ground tiles? Smaller tiles? Okay, the most important question, Toasty. Diagonal walls? Huh? I know that's a problem for this engine in Wurm. I am sure they've looked into adding diagonal stuff. Okay, so open, I see. So like, I played around with Unity a little bit, and I noticed that it was really easy to do something like that, where you can just make stuff get planted in any direction, like Valheim, right? It won't be connected to tiles, yeah. Animal sounds. Yeah. I mean, I like that about the Valheim building system, where it's very open, very wherever you want it, you can just put it there. Yeah, it's good. Good stuff. Nice. So is there anywhere that we can like follow progress? Like, are you doing any dev blogging or no? Okay. So we'll just have to keep our ear to the ground about it. You'll let us know when it gets closer to being presentable. How close would you say is it to being presentable? Not like finished or playable, but that point where the developers go, "Hey, I'm making a game. Here's what it looks like so far." Oh, okay. You look here all the time. You let me know. Nice. Still waiting for somebody to combine Wurm and Minecraft and show it to Notch and Rolf. Maybe a year. It's playable now, just really working on the look at the moment. Cool. Well, I'm interested. Definitely interested. I'm not sure how successful games can be anymore looking like Minecraft. Like there's a new game coming soon-ish, asterisks, named Hightail, made by a group of people who had a Minecraft server and decided, hey, let's make our own game. But it basically looks exactly like Minecraft, but it almost, based on what they're explaining, it almost seems like it's Minecraft meets Worm, where there's a lot of crafting emphasis and building and structural design, and then there's monsters to hunt and resources to gather, and it's very survivally MMO kind of thing. Hightail, yeah, it looks kind of nice, but ran by Riot now. Yeah, so they just got. Seems like a rocky business happening. Like they, for a second there, it looked like it wasn't going to keep going, and then Riot got involved and wanted to keep pushing it. But then once you get a big company like that in there, then compromises are made, and the game isn't exactly like what it was going to be, and yeah, filled with microtransactions, exactly. And it feels uncertain what it's going to look like once we get to the point where we can actually play it. Where's that horse meal? Here. Too busy. Looked interesting. Looked like something I would try. Yeah, exactly. The blocky style graphics. Not many people like the blocky style graphics. I think that's the thing that, like, you can't come out with a new game now that looks like Minecraft. People are wanting, the next stage after Minecraft, like Valheim. People are looking for that Valheim hit that sweet spot where it was good enough that people aren't complaining about the blocky graphics, but yet still people were complaining about the graphics there. But like, you got to remember, like, what they're accomplishing is essentially a Minecraft level style game, but so much more fluid and open. And well, Roblox is kind of pigeonholed itself. It's almost like Roblox is like an engine, and then all these games are made out of Roblox. So there's other games that try to do the same kind of thing as Roblox does, but it's just Roblox is so popular. I mean, if you ask my kids what they play, they'll say Minecraft and Roblox. Like, those are the two games that they play. Oh, yeah, well, who doesn't like ESO's graphics? The problem with creating games that have that graphics is that, I mean, before Unity 5, if you want those graphics, you have to compromise physics, and the terrain is like not modifiable, and all the decorations and stuff just has to be stuck there. I mean, you look at Skyrim and it's like, sure, you can like pick up that bowl and stuff, and there's like lots of things that you can interact with, but you can't dig or you can't build, and it's also single player. And then ESO being MMO, like, I don't know if you felt this, but I felt that ESO was like a step down from Skyrim in terms of the immersiveness. It was like they had to gut all of their systems and make it so that it wasn't as immersive as Skyrim, just so that they can make it an MMO. Right? Like, I played it a little bit, but it just was like I'm on a treadmill. It felt like I was on a treadmill in that game. The only thing your kids should be doing is making bricks in Wurm. Yeah. They would definitely not. They would not. They don't like that. So like they they need it to be engaging. You know, they'll make 5 bricks and be like, okay, I'm done. My eldest son was getting into Wurm a little bit. He likes the idea of it. He just can't stand the slowness of the game. I mean, he's only 10, so. But I gave him a bunch of stone shards and say put curbs around the roads, and he loved that. He was just like making curb after curb. But he got to a point where he's like, okay, I'm done making curbs. I'm like, well, there's this whole stretch here. You can make more curbs. He's like, nah, I'm done. But he made probably 20 curbs, which is what 100 actions for a 10-year-old, and he was having fun with it. And every time I walk by them, he's like, I made those curbs. He's like proud of them. You would go more towards the WoW graphics instead of the blocky graphics if you want it to be more cartoony. Right. But here's the problem is that how do I say it? It's like, okay, I'll say it this way. This game, Wurm, is super unique in the sense that it has a terrain system that is a pure height map. Right? And if you don't know what a height map is, it's just every XY coordinate has a height, right? So every position on the map has a height. And the way that this game does it is through the tile corners, right? Let me turn on the thing. So, actually, I don't need this window. Okay, so this tile corner here, right? How it says one slope up there, right? The only thing in this game that they keep track of is the heights of these tile corners. They don't even take care. They don't even keep track of the tile borders. They just where's the tile corner, right? And all the other information is calculated from those numbers, right? So most games do the same thing as this does, where they keep track of the tile corners. Like WoW's terrain system, that's all it is. It's like a big grid, and then they just have tile corners, and it's a height map, complete height map. Now, this game, Wurm, is unique in the sense that it's one of the only games where it has a height map that is modifiable by the player. It's very rare that you see games that use height maps that is modifiable, because the moment that Minecraft came out, all of a sudden, whenever you hear my modifiable terrain, it's like going to be like voxel. It's like in blocks, in chunks. So everything's in like this 3D chunk sort of system. I'm actually curious. Does anybody know if Life is Feudal was that a height map? I never played Life is Feudal, but I know that they got a lot of inspiration from Wurm. So maybe they. Yeah, you got hooked as soon as you stuck a shovel into the ground. Yeah, I know. Exactly. Like that's one of the huge draws of this game, because it's so rare that you're in another game where you're like, shovel, ground, wait, I'm digging, the dirt is going down. Like, what is happening here? There's very few games like that. Okay, so Life is Feudal's height map. So I would have predicted that they were, just simply because they gained so much inspiration from this game. But it's like rare. It's not quite. Height map is the black and white image from which the server map was first generated. Right. Yes. When you say, okay, let me look at it. Right. Yes. But isn't this image generated by going pixel by pixel, and each pixel has a height associated with it? Right. Each shade has a height. So it's like you pick any X and Y coordinate, and then you find that pixel, and that pixel is shaded in a way to indicate the height of that pixel. You don't think that, like, okay, how do they generate the but how would they generate the, you know, the Map dumps. The map dumps. Like, I'm sure there's also like information that stores like what each tile type is. But I'm almost certain that they would keep track of the heights of each tile corner. Each of these tile corners is given a coordinate, and then that coordinate is given is like there's a height associated with it. And you know, like if a player stands on a tile corner and digs it, then that height goes down, right? So the number goes down and or up, and that manifests itself in, from our perspective, like when we're looking at the rendered game, it looks like we're raising or lowering, but I'm almost certain that they would save all that information in a database as a number. Like each tile corner has a number, and that number is a height. And I think that's the definition of a height map. Like you can produce these black and white images from that data, right? Because you just have an x and y coordinate, and then that coordinate has another value which indicates how high it is. Okay, and here's the height map converted to 3D mesh. It's a raster image used mainly as a discrete global grid in a secondary elevating model. Okay, each pixel stores values such as surface elevation data. Yeah, each pixel is storing a value, and then they say such as surface elevation, but that's basically what you would use it for in this context. So you think of each of these tile corners as like a pixel, like on a grid. This tile corner here holds a value, and that value is how high it is above the water level or whatever it is. I mean, I don't think that this image this image is just a graphical representation of a height map. It's a raster image. Okay, computer graphics is a digital data. A raster graphic is a dot matrix data. Whoops. What is a raster image? Is a dot matrix data. Am I even showing what I'm showing? No, I don't think I am. Okay, so let me okay, I'm here. So this black and white image is here is what you're calling a height map. Okay, but it's saying a height map or height field is a raster image. So in computer graphics and digital photography, a raster graphics is a dot matrix data structure that represents a generally rectangular grid of pixels. Sorry, just give me a second. I'm gonna get this to going again. Viewable via computer display, paper, or other display medium. Raster images are stored in image files with varying. Okay. Right, but the way that these images are stored is each pixel is given a value. In this case, it's 3 values, which is what RGB value it should. Right, and they show you this example, right, where let's click on this. Down here, this pixel here is given this RGB value, and this pixel here is given this RGB value. Right, so this is a graphical representation of what they call a raster image. From the computer's perspective, all it is information that tells you what pixel you're looking at and what the RGB value for that pixel is. And then each pixel will have a slot and numbers associated with. And so a height map is the same thing, but instead each pixel represents the height of some terrain. Yeah. See, sometimes visualized as a Luma or grayscale image, right? So it doesn't have to be visualized as a grayscale image with black representing minimum height and white representing, but that's like the visual representation of what the height map is, right? But it needs to be rendered, right? The designer can specify displacement for each of the height, yeah. Okay, so, but prior to it being rendered, it's literally just a database of numbers, like an array of numbers. It gives you like its location and then the height at that location. Anyway, it's a yeah. The reason why I know this is because I was thinking of trying to make a game. Whoops. And I got as far as map generation, and I did this, like Toaster was talking about how you can place items in the world and rotate them however. So I was able to place items. I only had a fence. That was all I was trying to work with fences. But my question, like I was trying to make it so that can you just place a fence in any orientation that you like and then make it know where the ends of those fences are so that you can snap more fences to that. And so that's as far as I got. But I was doing a lot of height map stuff, and I also wanted the modifiable terrain. I was just mucking about. It wasn't really like anything that I took too far or took that seriously. I kept running into the problem every time I'd modify the terrain of falling through the world. So like I realized that that it's more than I bit off more than I could chew when I was trying to create a modifiable terrain in Unity. But the way that I was envisioning it was that the computer just stores each vertice of the mesh. Each vertice of the mesh corresponded with an XY coordinate. So each vertice had an XY coordinate, and then it stored a height. And you can access the height at each XY coordinate. So like all I did was I said wherever the player is standing, find the closest XY coordinate, corner, vertice, find the closest vertice, and then when they press this button, raise or lower the land. Like raise that height and then re-render. Like it would have to, you had to have it keep re-rendering, which I thought at the time when I was like doing this, it was like, I could only imagine the amount of resources that a game like this takes. Because like in a static world, you don't need to re-render anything. You can just render the world once, and because you know it's never going to change, you don't need to say, well, what is the value now? What is the value now? Like you don't have to keep updating that. You just load it in at the beginning of the game, and then you never have to load anything about the world again because every corner is going to stay the same height. And then you look at a game like Wurm, and you're like, okay, every moment, so much stuff has to be updated. Okay, sorry, I'm like missing a lot of this. You guys are okay. So just a few higher resolution map. Okay, height map is okay. Main problem with the game was that buildings all prefabs, no design. Oh, okay, that's Life is Feudal. That sucks. Yes, Wurm math started off as height maps, but after players started modifying, it's probably not using that kind of image anymore. I'm not 100% sure at all. Technically, but it's still referred to as a height map because behind the scenes. Okay, so making it reason is saying what I was saying. They keep track of the heights of the tile corners, sure, but I'm not sure if graphics are being used anymore after players started modifying it. They only have to track one corner per tile as long as it's the same corner for every tile. Yes, and that's why that whole problem with the northwest corner of the tile thing. They run into lots of problems with that. But yeah, each tile is associated with one corner. But it also needs to be rendered in a way where it connects to the other corners as well. But yeah, each tile is responsible for one corner. Well, it's usually the other way around. If you start with the black and white height map, then it generates the world. What I'm saying is that the black and white image is the visual representation of what I'm describing as the height map, which is the position of the pixel and what its color is, right? So like imagine what the computer stores that information as. The computer doesn't store it as an image. It stores it as a set of numbers, and the numbers are X and Y coordinate, and then the height, a number that represents the quote-unquote height, which gets translated into it, and then it generates the image from that. So I would say that the visual black and white image that you're calling the height map is the same thing as this database of numbers. And so we're calling it the same thing, the height map. Remember the Ultima Nostalgia server you made? You had hand-painted a height map to create the server. Right. See, I look at this like a UI thing, right? Because our brain works in images. Like we can imagine the visual of what a height map is. Like our brain cannot store the set of numbers, but we can imagine like a region on an image more white and black. And then we feed that to the computer, and what the computer does not look at it like an image. It looks at it just as pure numbers, right? But it's just interpreting the same thing in a different way, if you know what I mean. I don't know if I'm making sense. That's re-uploading the height map to the GPU, and you can do that in small chunks regions, so it's plenty performant. And something that defines the tile type. Yeah, it would, yeah. They have to, in this game anyway, you're talking. So aside from the height map, just keeping the heights, it also needs to keep what tile it is. If I had to guess, though, I almost would expect them to do those in a separate structure. Probably have it in a separate structure. Like they have the height map and then they have the tile map. Right? Like, you know how people always ask, like, why aren't map dumps done? There's, I'm sure, a bunch of stuff that goes into that. Although then, as I'm saying that, I'm thinking, what about those Wurm Unlimited servers that give those live maps? I wonder how hard it is, how computer intensive it is to create those live Wurm Unlimited maps. You're just assuming that only upon creation of the server is the height map used. Then after that, the position of the tile corners is merely numerical values in code. No, I think that you're right. Although it can produce a black and white image. Like, okay, so the numerical values in code, that's what I'm talking about. Like, it's a database structure that keeps track of all the numbers, right? Because that's all the computer needs. But I bet you there's a way to say, oh, computer, make a height map out of those numbers, and it can just puts it up on the screen. And all it will do is like look through the X and Y coordinates and give you the number in a color format. Right, like I'm just thinking about like how do they create those map dumps so that the map dump knows the height of each position? It's probably just it takes all the numbers and just converts it into an image. And what I'm feeling is like the image, that black and white image, and those numbers in the code are identical. Like they're the same exact thing. Yeah, I'm pretty. I think it's a good way to think about it in that way. They're the same thing. It's just the image is something that's produced on the screen, right? But like if you're ever doing pixel art and you pick a pixel and you click a button, right? What the computer is doing is it's taking the XY coordinate of that pixel and it's recording the RGB value of that of whatever you put in there. So the computer is automatically coding that in as just code, numbers in a code. But then it's represented on the screen as this color image. Are there height maps for Wurm maps? Like, do we have access to them, you mean? I don't think so. But if you're asking, does Wurm use height maps? I'm almost certain that they do. I guess the map dump, the grayscale height map, is hidden under the colored type layer, though there is a map dump with 2D height on it. Yeah, I don't think it's like hidden underneath in the physical sense that if I remove the color, that'd be the black and white underneath. But it is encoded in the image for those ones that are rendered with a height. Like there's a lot of encoding happening, right? Because it's also an isometric view, so it's like slightly tilted. So they have to render they have to render that. And when I say render, I just mean the computer needs to convert all of the numbers into a visible pictorial representation in a 3D model. But when a computer does that, it's literally just reading numbers and then painting each pixel, lights up each pixel a particular color based on that number. Okay, we must be getting really close now. I'm going to prospect here. Any hour. See that? The ore will run out any hour. That is an indication that we are under 100. You're wondering because you were going to see if you could just copy a map. I'm not sure. There's people who do map stuff for Worm Unlimited who probably know better than I do, and maybe Cats, you also know. Like, let's say you already have a map in Worm Unlimited. Is there a way then to extract the information from that map so that you can, let's say, create another map with exactly the same height map? Like, so is there a way of like, let's say you've already gone into the Worm Unlimited, you've modified the train and so on and so forth and everything like that. Is there then a way to go into the Worm Unlimited to say, okay, now give me that height map so I can recopy it in another... Okay, you can see your height maps, okay, in Worm Unlimited. So then, right. Well, my guess is that if they coded Worm Unlimited so that the owner of the map can see the height map, I bet you in Worm Online that the devs can extract the height map, but it's not public. I'm certain of that. Right, like the answer I think to your question, Toasty, is no. You probably won't be able to get the official Worm servers and their information for their height map. Yeah, and Making It Reason's also saying that there are Worm Unlimited generators you can use. If you were to make your game, would you do Worm graphics, Unreal style, Valheim style, WoW style? Like my game or Toasty's game? I don't know. For me, I have no idea. I honestly am not the type of person to fuss over graphics when it comes to a game. Like, to me, Valheim graphics was like beautiful. Just beautiful graphics. The art style is just genius in my eyes. On the other hand, I look at that Worm Unlimited, the Unreal Engine demos, and I think that is insanity, like just insane, and would love to play a game in that sort of thing. So Drogos, you're saying you did manage to get a worm-like map work in Unity with texture and height data separated, but doubt that would be easy to backport into Worm again. Yeah, I don't know how Worm Unlimited takes, like what information it takes. I haven't done anything like that. And you wouldn't do it for release, but it would be cool to run around and check it out. Yeah. I mean, people have been saying that a lot about the, what do you call it? The old JK home maps, like the old maps that happened before independence. People have been asking for the information so they can put it into Worm Unlimited. I mean, that would be cool. Oh boy. Okay, so once I break this, I think I'm gonna look at wrapping up the stream. It is getting late. And I got a lot of packing to do. Nor have I eaten yet today, which is okay. It's one thing about Worm streams is that it's easy to put off eating. Thanks, cats. Yeah, you're welcome. I am very excited to get to get my what do you call it? Benediction. But it looks like that's gonna have to wait till I get back. And I should be back on Friday, like, to play. And when the next stream will be, I don't know. Like this summer it's gonna I can't commit to a day. It's not like in the work when I'm working, it's like I'm on a very tight schedule. Whereas in the summer, my schedule is just all over the place. And so what that means is I stream when I have a chunk of time, but it literally might. I could wake up in a morning thinking I can stream today, and then next thing I know, I'm at the beach or whatever it is. I could use treat stream and let viewers send you food so you won't forget to eat. It's not that I'm forgetting to eat. It's that I'm purposely trying not to eat. It's like an extended fast. And it's easy to go on these fasts when you stream Wurm. It's like hard when you walk by food and you're like trying not to eat. You're like, okay, just go. I'll wait till dinner to eat, for example. It's something that I'll commonly do. And then, but the problem is that when you it's like 2:00 in the afternoon and you're like, okay, I'll just wait to dinner to eat. But then you see that whatever it is, insert food here, and you're just like, oh, I could eat that right now instead of waiting. Oh yeah, don't worry about the hydration. That's definitely kept up. Just sitting here drinking 2.5 cups of coffee and 2 glasses of water. Yeah, summertime is relaxed time. Stream whenever you feel like it. That's pretty much how it's going to be. It's whenever I have time. It's going to be busy summer, I feel. I have a couple trips planned. Got a bunch of other things, like little things. Barbecues and seeing the family. And now that, like, where I'm living, the COVID restrictions are lifting. And I got my second vaccination a while ago. Same with my wife and all my family's double vax. So the restrictions have lifted to the point where if you have your double vaccination, you pretty much are free to do most things. Restaurants are reopening. They even moved up the next phase of reopening. They outlined all these like details about what you're allowed to do, like how many people can be in a gathering, like. I think it's in a few days they're going to move to the next stage, which will allow indoor gatherings of up to 25 people. Unmasked if you have your second vaccination. Masked if you don't have your second one. Sort of things. Half your weight in ounces of water per day. But is that half my weight in kilograms or half my weight in pounds? Because my weight is different if I do it in kilograms versus pounds. The fact that you're using ounces, I'm guessing, means pounds. So let me think. I'm like 170, let's say. And then half of that in ounces, so that's 85 ounces. And there's, 8 ounces per... Yeah, me too. 8 ounces per cup? Is it 8 ounces per cup? Man, I don't live in the States, so I don't do this in ounces. I'm just... But I think it's 8 ounces per cup, right? So that's like 10.5 cups of water. What am I gonna do? Summer bikini pool streams? Yeah. Boy. Probably never. Probably never. You know, with the water though, it's like people discount the water that's in the food that you eat. Also counts towards that value. Yeah. See, I don't worry about making sure I drink enough water. I just drink when I'm thirsty. I think that that's just the way to go. Drink when you're thirsty. And then the only thing I do really is just make sure that water is available. Like make it so that like if I was thirsty, it would be easy to get water. That way, you know. What? It thought you were trying to say something. Oh no. It thought you were saying what you were trying to say, but I'll allow that. Water, yeah, there's water in the beer. Yeah. You can't just use any bikini. It needs to be a Cero bikini armor. So it's really nuts. Is that in a U.S. fluid ounce is bigger than a U.K. fluid ounce? Really? I didn't know that. UK fluid ounce to milliliters. Okay, so oh yeah, by like a weird amount, like about a millimeter, about a milliliter less. That's messed up. That means that a pint of beer in the UK is less than a pint of beer in the States. That kind of sucks. Twitch is getting weird, to be honest. If you combine pools, tubs, sleeping, and ASMR, and it's basically softcore porn. I know. It's pretty bad. All that mess can be just moved to a different website. Yeah, it feels out of place. Agreed. But they do it for the money. That's for sure. I can't imagine. I wonder though, like if they created a separate thing for that, whether or not that would make more money or not. I don't know. Oh, there goes my sleep bonus. Okay. So since my sleep bonus is out and I don't really want to eat another one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch to my fast pick to finish off the last of this. It should probably be only another 20 hits or so, if I had to guess. So a pint in the UK is 568 milliliters. So what's a pint in the US? A US pint, 2 milliliters. 473. Okay. What about a UK pint? 2 milliliters. Yeah, 568. So maybe the definition of pint is like different. There it goes. There it is. All done. And look at that perfectly. 28 or... So once this goes, I can just pop that in and it'll be done. You're right. Like, exactly. So US pint must have less ounces than UK. So US pint... UK pint to ounces. 19 ounces in a UK pint. Yeah, so a UK pint is a completely different thing than a US pint. That's messed up. That is messed up. Very random. It's feeling more and more like Twitch needs true age verification instead of just clicking a box. Yeah, but how you can get around that pretty easily. It's okay. I mean, that conversation seems to come up often in this stream. UK pint should be 20 ounces. Okay, maybe it's 20 UK ounces to UK ounces. Yeah, exactly 20. Yeah. So a UK pint is exactly 20 UK ounces, but each UK ounce is less than a US ounce. And US, their pint is only 16. Okay. Yeah, messed up. Totally messed up. So like we can all see the need for a standardized measurement system. We should all just use metric. Exactly. I'll just call it half a liter. A pint is a half a liter or so. Yeah. I'll wait for this to finish smelting here. Let's see what to do over here. You know, Xander's finished all of his stuff he has to do. He did the farming, he did the picking, he's done the praying. Yeah, it does look like I got an extra tick there from the praying. We do all use metric except for those two irrational countries. What's the second irrational country? Because I know the States doesn't. Oh god, the game that consumes existences. How's it going? Hey Zoe, how's it going? It's going very well. Had a very productive stream today. So today we started off by knocking off the second to last benediction goal, which was sacrifice a champion creature. So I went out on an adventure, found a champion rat using the pendulum that Antierg so graciously mailed to me. He casted a nice cast on it and mailed it, and it allowed me to find a champion rat that I was then able to drop an altar down and sacrifice, and gave me that, leaving me with just seven more sermons. Let me just check, just for I should have recorded when. 6 minutes. Look at that. Perfect. Okay, let's wait for this to. The fire's starting to fade. Oh no! Just put one tar in there. Get this finished off. I'll come back to the house. I'll do the sermon that I can do in 6 minutes. That'll leave me with 6 sermons to go, and then I will have benediction on my priest. Well, the UK too, even though they officially switched to metric. Okay. I would have thought that they switched a while back. Yeah, that journal's almost tapped out. I know, well, only for the priest side of things, right? I finished the first steps specifically to just get the extra sleep bonus, and I was actually thinking about doing one of these to get it. Oh, just give me one second. Yeah, that was the we got stuff to do call. I got lots of stuff to do. So let's see. This is done. Yeah, so I did that. That journal is not quite even started for the regular journal, just the priest side of things. I was actually surprised to see there's only 3 levels of the priest journal. So we pick and choose depending on the subject in terms of the metric versus imperial. It did switch, but people that grew up on imperial still use imperial. Going to be some generations before it's fully be adopted. I mean, just think it kind of has been some generations already. When did metric come in? 70s? 60s? In what, 2 generations? I guess, yeah. There's still people who were born before that. I was definitely born in the metric system in Canada. So Canada adopted metric pretty early on, I think. Just going to leave the horse right on this grass patch here. I mean, yeah, it's true. There's going to be some things that they never get rid of, right? Pints is one of them. I mean, here, if you get like a can of beer, beers nowadays comes in cans as opposed to bottles when they used to. But you get a can of beer and it's always a pint, an American pint, so 473 mils. You still have milk by the gallon? Oh, yeah, no, we have milk by the liter. Most liquid at the grocery store now in Canada is all in liters or milliliters. And even the beer, it'll say it is a pint, but it'll say 473 milliliters. Even on menus in restaurants, I'd say still would say things in terms of milliliters. But then the server will come up to you and say, "Do you want a pint?" Like that's how they'll say it. Just because it's much easier to say than, "Do you want 473 milliliters of beer?" Let's see, 1 minute. 1 minute. I wonder if that means like it's counting down from 1 minute, or is it like above 1 minute and once it hits the below 1 minute, it'll say 0 minutes. Okay, it'll say 53 seconds. There we go. Your milk comes in liters or pints, but pints are becoming much less common for milk. What's weird is that in Canada, well, okay, I don't know how weird this is, but I heard it's weird that in Canada, or at least where I live, milk comes in bags. Do you use centiliter or deciliter? No. There's no like, not commonly, right? Like maybe in some science experiment or something you would use these, but more often I'd say that if you're doing something sciencey, it'll be in scientific notation. So you'll use it in terms of order of magnitude, like 10 to the 2 or 10 to the minus 1 or whatever. So we won't commonly use centiliter or deciliter. That is to say, if you pulled out a centiliter in a conversation, people would look at you strange. They have no idea what you're talking about. It's common here, so nobody's a stretch. That's interesting. Oh, so Kat, you use deciliters in all your food recipes here in Finland? Interesting. Okay, so it took you ages to get used to deciliters after moving here. That's interesting. I mean, deciliters, that's just 0.1 of a liter, right? Deciliter. So that's 100 milliliters. To half a liter, not 50 deciliters, yeah. Okay, 100 milliliters, yeah, 0.1 liters, yeah, I see. So like a tenth of a liter is 1 deciliter. All of our measuring cups in Canada are in milliliters, but they go in increments of 250. Or maybe even 50 if you have a small one that's smaller increments, right? But it'll be 50, 100, 150, 200. And then 250 would be like the big line, right? And then it go 300 for, like that. Because in Canada, you don't say 250 milliliters, you say a cup, right? 250 is a cup, and a cup is a quarter liter. And so you might say quarter liter or something like this. Yeah. We only use milliliters when talking about the tiny spoon measurements, right? And we don't use, see, it's weird where Canada is kind of in the middle. I almost feel like that system is like a pure metric system. The countries that took on, like, got rid of everything that was imperial and took on metric 100%, I can see that that's how things landed. But in Canada, it's like they took on metric, but then they used a mixture of metric and imperial. So imperial system is like mostly fractions of things, right? So you'll say like a quarter inch or a quarter mile, right? Like it's always fractions of the whole. And I think Canada did a lot of that. So we use quarter liter a lot, as opposed to saying 2.5 deciliters. We'll say a quarter liter. Or often we'll just say a cup, because 250 is really close to the old imperial cup. The whole point of the cup system, though, is that you can use any cup, not a fixed size. You will just always have the right ratio of ingredients. Well, yeah, but there does come a point where you do need to standardize things. You're right, like ratio wise. Ratio wise, it doesn't really matter. You can use any cup, but yeah, the way we set up things here is we kind of use a mixture between things. Like we still use tablespoon and teaspoon in Canada, like all the time. Does anybody use kiloliters though? I mean, I guess it depends on what you're talking about, right? Like how much water fits in a swimming pool, for example, probably will be measured in some unit like that, if not kiloliters, megaliters or something. And hey, Josh Calvert, how's it going? I saw you streaming the other day. I popped in for a bit. I didn't say hi, I was lurking mostly, but got another Wurm streamer here. You still use some measuring cups I bought from Canada because it's easier when following recipes. Yeah. Cups aren't something we use in the UK though, unless it's put in tea. Yeah. I mean, again, like we use a cup to mean a quarter liter or 250 mils. That's just, so in my mind, like, because I was born in the metric system, so in my mind, I'm always transferring it to milliliters. So somebody will say a cup, and I'm thinking in my mind quarter liter. Whereas I wonder, like, if somebody was in imperial system, they don't do that. They would say a cup, 8 ounces. I don't know. What's bigger than a cup in the imperial, like gallon, right? So maybe it's like how many cups in a gallon? I don't know. When you get to higher volumes like a pool, we usually switch to cubic meters. Cubic meters is I always find it funny how people have a hard time picturing cubic meters. Like if I were to ask somebody who never really thought about it, how many cubic centimeters fits in a cubic meter? Right? How many cubic centimeters in a cubic meter? And then when you tell them, it's like, well, what is it? Let's see. Let's do it in our head. It's a million, right? Yeah, 100, obviously. Then I would say ask Google. It's a million, right? There's a million cubic, because in 1 meter there's 100 centimeters, right? And then just move that up to 100 meters squared. Okay, so 100 meters squared will be 100 centimeters by 100 centimeters. So it's 100 by 100, which is 10,000 squared centimeters. And then now you go 100 by 100, and then you go another meter up in the third dimension. And so now you have 100 by 100, which is 10,000, and you got another 100 of those stacked on top of each other. So it's 10,000 times 100, which is a million. For some odd reason, it's like doesn't jive in regular thought processes. 100 obviously is the answer I most often get. In fact, I just asked my wife the other day, or it wasn't that I asked her, it's that the topic came up and she was like, it doesn't make sense. It's like 1 cubic meter. Why does it have so many centimeters in it? He's go think about the. I think once you lay out the 2-dimensional situation, people are like, oh, right, right. And I'm sure there is an app for that for sure. Yeah, you remember being frustrated with that in school? Yeah, I know. It's like 3 dimensions. It's like our brain. What's funny is that even though we think that our brain works in 3 dimensions, it actually doesn't. It works in 2 dimensions. We do a weird thing in our brain where we take a 2-dimensional image that we're seeing here, and we sort of like superimpose 3 dimensions on top of that 2-dimensional image. And we can get away with that because you can always go up by 1 dimension, but you can't go up by more than 1. So where people really struggle is when you start talking about 4-dimensional space. And you struggle because we only see in 2 dimensions, so we can only imagine 3 dimensions. If we were truly able to see in 3 dimensions, then you'd be able to see like inside of things. Like you'd be outside of a house, you'd be able to see inside everything. If you were able to see in 3 dimensions completely. But we only see the 2-dimensional image, and then we sort of like use our brain power to like pull that into the 3rd dimension. Just imagine it. It's weird. You just think centimeters to meters is 2 zeros difference, and then you just times by the power. You have to raise it, but you have to raise it by the power. Yeah. It's like 100 cubed. Yeah. All right. I think here's where we have to end it. I got a whole bunch of stuff to do. In real life, it's always sad to end a stream. I will be added at some point or another in a random time. You just have to keep your ear to the ground. If you want to not miss when I go live, you can join our Discord, which I think you can grab from just below. And every time I go live, there's a notification that happens there. I also will post in the Venn network in the Wurm Discord, the official Wurm Discord, if you follow that one and get notifications there. But over the summer, it's just going to be random. It's going to be whenever I have a moment to do it. And we'll look in September at whether or not a schedule will be laid down at that point. But that's like so far in the future that I'm not sure what's going to happen by that point. But for now, my hope is to stream about once a week and maybe get in an extra one here and there, depending on time. But there's going to be like weeks where I'm off and gone, and there's going to be weeks where I'm here. So we'll see. We shall see. But until next time, you guys have a great time worming. Keep on worming. And yeah, I will see you again next time. So have a good one, everyone.